Hello, friends! Welcome back to the kitchen. Congratulations, before I forget and we just jump into things, to Hazard for being our official first. Seamus is our official second today, and Nivex is our official third. Welcome in, you guys. I saw Batwoman and Orca and Miri and Pip. I'm scrolling back to make sure I don't miss anybody. Cause you guys came out today, and I am excited. I'm excited. I did not miss anything there, and I saw Jazz just now, and Lunar. Hi guys, welcome in. How is everybody? I hope you're doing well. I had a nap while waiting for power. Woke up to my light on and the notification that we're going live. Huzzah! Let's go, Jazz. You got power back. That's amazing. You're the official 69 420th person. You are now because you called it. You are now because you called it. Oh my goodness, you guys. It's been a morning of just brain not in gear. So I've been like piddling about. Seamus ran to the grocery store to get a couple of things and did the dishes. I've been doing wax seals on holiday cards, and it's just been a blah. According to my smartwatch, I slept like garbage last night for 9 hours, which doesn't surprise me because my brain is just like in overactive mode. But what can you do? What can you do? Eggs, precious. Yes, Seamus had to get more eggs because I forgot that the Awans take an entire dozen by themselves, so that would have made me a dozen short for baking. You know, just a few eggs. Bubbly, hi. Yeah, so now we're all caught up on the ingredients that we need because Seamus is the best. They are a little important for baking, Jazz. Yeah, eggs are a little important. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit, you know? The tiniest of bit. I was in here waiting for stream to start, went to get food and missed all of the firsties. Oh no! But what did you get for food, Bubbly? Like, that's important. You can have a comment on your profile too. Pip is just the commenting profile machine right now. Tomorrow is the last time you can do the self-care check-in. Are you gonna be at 69, Seamus? Is that it? Yeah, you'll be at 69. Of course. And then nobody will ever see it again because you can't just pull it up. Jack in the Box? Oh, I've heard good things about Jack in the Box. I've never had it, but I've heard good things. I'm all sitting here debating, do I do the walking training / weight training, or do I do the bike thingy today? I'm sore, so each has bad points and good points. Maybe you don't do either today, Lunar, and you stretch and rest. So more like a yoga meditative practice, let your muscles heal a little bit, and then do one of them tomorrow. A former coworker makes egg-shaped cakes for Easter. A new kid of an egg farmer came by her house to get her order. She needed 500 eggs for all the cakes and a workshop decorating those. Holy crap. Kissy, hi! You took yesterday off. Okay, that's fair then. At least you took time off. Speaking as somebody who forgets that part of working out, it's important. It's important. Sourdough Jack with mozzarella sticks and a root beer, but they forgot all of our sauces. Oh no, Bubbly. But a sourdough anything is delicious. Like, that sounds really good. Hi, Everett. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, today is definitely a good luck with the baking kind of day because it is bonbons. And at least this year has two things going for me. First and foremost, because I followed Content Delta Mathman EU Barry Epps' advice and made it into the 12 Days of Christmas cookies, which has a beautiful ring to it. I am only doing one cookie a day, so I'm not overwhelming myself. But in addition, it's forcing me to look at what days I have more time on to stick the lengthier cookies into, which means I could not forget this year, like I did last year, that I don't want to stick my tedious cookies right at the end of the schedule where I then have like the worst brain function left, and I just want it to be done because I'm ready to eat the cookies, and I've been in the kitchen for so many hours. That's not where you want the tedious cookies. And last year we did the candy canes and the bonbons together for like 12-hour stream of cookies. It was too much. So bonbons are a lengthier process because they have many steps, but they're so delicious. They are so delicious. So they're very much worth it. But today is going to be a little bit longer. I have the message pinned above me about focus mode. It is in chat for those who don't know. Like, I will have to focus on the cookies here and there, and I may not be able to check in with chat as much. Welcome in, Master of Splits. On the 12th day of Christmas, my streamer gave to me 12 fresh baked cookies. It's true. It's true. Welcome in. How are you? We do love Content Delta here. Like, Math, aka Barry, is just a treasure trove. A treasure trove. I can't wait till he's feeling better. He's been ill and he's had some life stuff happening. The life stuff he's gotten to a good point with, but the illness then came in. So as soon as he can be back, I can't wait for that. I'm remembering our discussion of the definition of bonbon from last year. I have forgotten that conversation. A lot has happened, Everett. On the 14th of Christmas, I got a new record in Plate-Up! OT5 by myself and a new recipe. I deserve a cookie. Orca, that's amazing! Congratulations. It's so exciting when you make it to OT5 for the first time. It's so exciting. And then you have to get past OT6, which I have found is a bear of a day. But if you can get past OT6, you can usually make it to OT10. 12 hours is too long on your feet baking when it's not your day job. It's true, Miri. It's true. Luckily, I sit in that chair for a lot of these cookies because it is just so tedious. Or I sit at my table for a lot of the bonbons. But yeah. I missed something Jazz said. I'm scrolling back. Someone was nice and gifted me something on Throne. You're going to be getting a boom arm, Jazz. That's so cool. I love that. Jazz can tell me that you take care of yourself, Lunar. That's good. That's good. Do better than me. No focus on cookies, only focus on you, Bubbly. Oh my. Oh my. Chicky Nugs. Let's go. I love Chicky Nugs. I keep forgetting about door patience. Oh, yeah, the door patience is brutal. It's brutal. And then it'll rain. And the rain just makes everything worse. Damn it, Plate-Up. It doesn't need to rain. Or let me have an upgrade available where I can put an awning over my property where they can get out of the damn rain, right? Right? I can agree that Lunar has lots of vitamins, so she's never sick and taking days off when she needs to. Man, Lunar is who we should all aspire to be. We're talking about why the ice cream items in your items are both called bonbons. The definition seems to relate to a food within the shell for another food. Oh, you're right. You're right, Everett. Snow, cause oh, you were on the Alpine map. Yeah, so snow is the equivalent of rain. Either way, an awning would solve that. I'm just saying, an awning would solve that. Please give it to us, Plate-Up. Please and thank you. Wait, they have a new one? An even newer new one? Well, that's interesting. There's a reason people say if I was a ghost from Phasmo, I'd be a spirit. I'm reliable and never change. That's amazing. If I was a ghost from Phasmo, I would be a banshee. I would like to say that I would be something cool like an Obake, but no, I would be a banshee because I too, in a crowded environment, pick one person to latch onto as my go-to person and feel like screaming at random people because they're overwhelming me. So if I were a ghost from Phasmo, I would be a banshee, 100%. Opal and Miri would say I'm a poltergeist. Do you like to throw objects all over the place, Bubbly? Are you a messy object kind of person. I'd be an Oni. I'm loud and piss you off. And you're always visible, huh, Seamus? Objects attack me. Are we sure about that, Bubbly? Are we sure about that? I call myself a mimic because I have masking problems, but everyone else that I know that know me says spirit. I feel that, Lunar. I feel that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just realized I'm going to walk back into my desktop room for a moment. I'm going to leave this out here so that I don't accidentally backfeed music to you. But I forgot to turn the volume up in there so that I can hear better. There we go. That gives me the best chance possible if I have a raid or anything like that to actually hear it and respond to it. I would be an Onryo. I get mad when people don't blow out their candles and leave the room. Miri, yeah, absolutely. Pulte, I throw stuff in anger. There you go, Orca. Oh my gosh, I almost said Bubbly because you're both green names. You're both green names on my screen. They are different greens, but they're both green. Yeah. Isn't it fun to pick out which Phasmo ghost you would be? I'm going to do some working out. I'll be back in a bit. I decided to do the training stuff because it's less time than the riding. Fair. Good luck, Lunar. You got this. I don't know what I would be, honestly. Well, now you have something to figure out, Jazz. You gotta match your personality type to a ghostie. I guess they need a new ghost type, one that humps your... Oh my god, Seamus. They do not need a ghost that humps your leg, okay? Phasmo is safe for work, for the most part. They need to make one of those... Which princess are you but Phasmo, right, Orca? I'm a mare since I like to mess with lights and scare people. That's amazing, Hazard. Also, hi. Sorry, I saw you grab that bingo win. Oh... The bingo win, the pet. Either you're a cat or you're a dog. Seamus would be a dog. 100%. Seamus is a horny goat. That is also true. A horny old goat, as he will tell you. 100% of the time. 100% of the time. I like horny goat for Seamus, yeah. He literally, so this might be TMI, but he'll literally come over to me at random and just tell me that he's horny. And at this point, I'm just like, you're always horny. You're always horny. They do have a Phasmo quiz? Nice. Cats are Pulties. Throwing things off tables. You're not wrong, Miri. You're not wrong. I'm not old. I'm well seasoned. You're something, Seamus. I went in before bed that night since I was sick. Oh, yeah. I hope you start feeling better, Hazard, because being sick is no fun. Being sick is the worst. It's the worst. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that in life. I was telling Seamus recently that I felt like I might be getting sick, and I was like, and I can't. I need it to not happen until after the holidays. Your old pay. What did you do at 3 a.m. this morning without food, Bubbly? Did you have alcohol? Hi, Mama Jeannie. Welcome in. Yeah, being sick is not allowed. It's forbidden. Germs, I'm sorry, you're trespassing. You're going to just have to leave or you're going to get fined. You took NyQuil. Ooh. Ooh, did it kick your ass, Bubbly? Yeah, you gotta banish them germs. Burn sage. We got sage. I could do that. I drink tea and eat Ritz crackers and eat soup. Oh, but Ritz crackers and soup are so good regardless. They're so good regardless. Oh, now I want Ritz crackers. Okay, so I want it twofold because yesterday at the birthday party, we had crackers and pepperoni and cheese with mustard. And I forgot how much I really love crackers and mustard and pepperoni. The cheese, like, I'll give or take. But I will make a meal out of a Ritz cracker with some Nance's mustard, because that's the best. Nance's spicy brown mustard is the best mustard, and you cannot convince me otherwise. And a slice of pepperoni. I will make a meal out of that. Thought of any more about streaming a read of Christmas Carol this month? I have not, Everett. I have been so focused on cookies, I have not thought about that at all. But possibly, it could happen, maybe, if I find the time. Hi, Pooji. You got about 6 inches of snow. Oof, that's a lot of snow. It kept you awake and made you feel like how one feels after being sick with the flu. Oh, Bubbly, that's awful. NyQuil's supposed to put you to sleep. You had that today, Hazard? Delicious. My cousin was making Christmas crack with Ritz crackers. It was pretty good. I've heard of Christmas crack. I've not had it, but I've heard of it, and I would try it. I would try it. Apparently, you're a Rev. Are you slow as shit until you spot somebody and then you race over to them, Jazz? Is that it? That's fair, yeah. It's a very busy month. You're a demon? A demon? You attack at random, Orca? Apparently not at 3 a.m. Bubbly. That sucks. Lurkers who just want to watch it. Yeah, absolutely. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. You can't go wrong with lurking. You used to take NyQuil sleep aid. Exactly. It's supposed to put you out. More like Chateau Lafitte. I'm dry as hell and a bit bitter. Oh my goodness, Seamus. Yeah. The crack is a sweet. The Christmas crack that you make with Ritz is sweet. It's like Ritz crackers and chocolate and, oh my God, pretzels I think are involved in it somewhere. Maybe caramel. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of shit in it. It's supposed to be really good. I mean, if they come to my house and they think they can catch me, yeah, no. Phoebe Orca, that's amazing. That's amazing. I love that you found a quiz on it too. Oh, I've never heard of puppy chow cookies, but that sounds good because puppy chow is delicious. Easiest treat ever. Yeah. I do like puppy chow. And speaking of cookies, Bon Bons. The horror quiz site. Good to know. The horror that is Bon Bons, but they're so delicious. Oh, they're like cookies. That makes sense. There's definitely a bug going around. Yeah, there's a lot of garbage germ-wise going around at the moment. Christmas crack, puppy chow, all things you missed, Nivax. You gotta make some. I don't sleep until morning time since I am cold with blankets and heavy layers of hoodie. Oh, wow, Hazard. That sucks. And you drink water mainly. Water is what you should be drinking, honestly, unless you need electrolytes, and then you need to put something in that water. Like lemon or what have you. Puppy chow is really easy, like beer. Seamus. Okay, real quick, for the bonbons, I've told you guys this before, but I really mean it. Bonbons are basically frosting becomes dough and sticks something inside. I know how that sounds. So for one iteration of bonbons, you need half a cup of butter or margarine. I will be using butter. 3/4 cup sifted confectioner's sugar, which is powdered sugar. A tablespoon, which is 3 teaspoons of vanilla extract. 1.5 cups of flour, just all purpose, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt, and then whatever filling you desire. You can change the flavoring of the dough to be chocolate or panouche. I don't know how to say that word, but basically it's make frosting, add some flour and salt. Voila, you have a dough. So that's what we're doing. I'm gonna start with a double batch. My thing says I need 4, but if I remember it, I may even have a note about this at the end now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure I don't use that many. Nope, I don't have a note. I know at the end I'm always throwing dough away. So my thought is I'll start with a double batch, and then I have enough butter out to make a quadruple if need be. But I'm going to start with a double and see how far I get before I go to that, because I don't want to throw out a ton of extra dough if I can help it. What are we renaming the bonbons? Bun buns or filled bites? Been trying to come up with something lewd. Yeah, good luck with this one. Tea and whiskey. Oh, you probably like hot toddies then, Poji, where you put it's honey and hot like lemon into whiskey. It's supposed to be really good. These bonds. Opie, hot toddy. Yeah, hot toddy. Hot toddy. All right. So the very, very, very first part of this is butter, sugar, and vanilla. Food coloring if you're using it. I don't use food coloring until the end with the icing. All right. I'm going to whip the butter first. And my butter is soft so that it's good to go. Oh, I just realized I forgot to bookmark the VOD this morning from last night for YouTube. So that won't be up on time probably unless I finish this before 9 p.m. my time. They're basically fake boobs, just with a gumdrop instead of silicone. But we already have nipple cookies, Seamus. And a gumdrop is kind of like a silicone, but edible. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. We're gonna have 2 boob cookies. You guys are crazy. Y'all are crazy. I love you, but you're crazy. Whip the water out of that. This poor thing. I'll probably have to replace some of my attachments for this mixer at some point. It is what it is. And I do have overhead cam for you guys. There you go. It's $2.55 for you. It is also $2.55 for me. We're same. Nibble cookies and plastic surgery cookies, nibble bonds. Oh my lord. Yeah, we're Eastern time. Eastern time zone. Okay. That gets the butter good and whipped, which will make it easier to stick to the powdered sugar. Whack it off. Ugh. Whack it off. There we go. All right, so 3/4 and 3/4 is 1.5 cups of sifted confectioner sugar. Where's my 2-cupper? Where's my 2-cupper? Ah, there it is. Seamus washed it for me. Ah, get unstuck. Thank you. I just gotta dry it off. Yeah, Seamus's major contribution to the cookies, aside from checking for poison, is doing the dishes. Seamus makes sure none of my family gets poisoned. He's such a trooper like that. It's a hard life he lives. Always the Germans' fault? Wait, what? What did I miss here? You're an hour into the future? You are, Jazz. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Oh, 8:56 p.m. for you. Yeah, it's late. Central European time, although we're not that central in Europe. Blame the... Okay, that's why we're blaming the Germans. Sending you an invite, Samwise. I still have 2 sections. Yay! I will definitely accept when I'm done with stream. They kind of occupied us a bit ago, and all those countries are now central. Damn it, Germany! Germans, their spirits don't know what to think or do things. Doing the dishes is how he ensures his share of cookies. It's true. It's true. It is how he ensures his share of the cookies and extra ones. I can also already tell you guys we are making 125 bonbons, which is about 23 more than I need, because I have to do these in even amounts. So it's 25 of each color, and there are 5 colors. I've already sorted them out. I will say, though, I'm a little concerned that some of the white ones might actually be yellow, because this year, I don't know if they changed the dyeing method or if there's just extra sugar on them or something, but it's like, for me, maybe it was just the lighting in the apartment. It was very hard to tell the difference between the yellow and the white. Oh, we're lagging again a little bit. These are bonbons, Master of Splits. Yeah, we've got some lag and some speed up, Orca. I just saw it myself. It was doing this last night too. All right. 1.5 cups of sifted powdered sugar. Ugh. And I don't mind those little chunks. The bulk of it is sifted. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. And then, so that we don't have powdered sugar to the face, mix it with our butter. Because we will get powdered sugar to the face if we don't do this. I've learned through experience about that one. Okay. And then we need the vanilla. Correct? Correct. 1 big old tablespoon of vanilla. This tablespoon's going to get a workout today, because if this dough gets dry while we're working with it, we will use milk, whole milk, in tablespoon increments to soften it back up. Oh, vanilla smells so good. There we go. Congratulations, Lunar! I'm proud of you. Thank you for your lurk. Peggy Bundy's favorite snack. Bonbons or bum-buns? Because they've been calling them bum-buns and pie and all sorts of things. Yeah, take that nap, get that soup. I love vanilla. I make homemade coffee creamer right now. It's vanilla creamer. I love that for you, Lunar. Vanilla is so good. Coke explosion. I have... Yeah, but it is bubbly. It's not even in that it ends in an even number, but it's 25 of each. So they're all the same. Bum bums win. Oh my lord, filled bum buns. What am I gonna do with you guys? Okay, let that go for a little bit. It'll fluff up. It's so few ingredients for homemade creamer. That's amazing. You don't care what we call them so long as they get in your belly, Seamus. That's fair. Yes, I will be showing you how they're made. I will be. I allowed this to happen. I'm the one in charge. Sometimes I wonder about that, Bubbly. Okay. So if you actually let this continue to whip, it would fluff up, but this is essentially frosting. Whackity, 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 whackity it off. Set this back here. I'm gonna need this guy. Whip the water out of it. We now need our flour. All right, blend flour and salt in thoroughly with hand. No, with mixer. So I need 3 cups of flour. And technically a 1/4 teaspoon of salt, but I'm actually going to stick with the 1/8 because it is salted butter. Well, maybe I'll do the full 1/4. I think I have in the past and it's been fine. I'm the captain now meme, right? Offer mod as suggestions. Oh my lord, bubbly. I had to make the choice to start removing as many things as I could that have all the extra chemicals. Can't do all, like salad dressings. But other things you make fresh. You know what? That's fair. And it's not a bad idea. If I ever have that level of ambition, it will be a good day. Presently, I don't have that level of ambition. I applaud you for it. 3 cups. Oh, you didn't even see me measure it because I forgot to turn off overhead cam. Whoopsies. In it goes. Set that behind me because it's out of the way that way. Again, I don't need a face full. I can hear that. Giomis, thank you so much for the resubscription. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you, friend? How are you? Friend and teammate. Giomis is one of my teammates on EBGG. I don't have that level of ambition either. I'm lactose intolerant and still eat cheese like candy. But that's true of most people with lactose problems, bubbly. Like, let's be honest. Most people who have lactose problems still eat lactose. If I baked enough stuff, I would bake from scratch, but I bake maybe... There you go. You bake maybe 7 times a year. You don't do it. Oh, I forgot the salt. My brain right now. Oh, my 1/4 teaspoon is on the drying mat. I didn't remember. Oh, right, because oh my goodness. My brain is super on the fritz. I used the 1/4 teaspoon last night for the jam. Duh, silly girl. Oh, me. Oh, me. Hubby and I call Taco Bell our emotional support food. Fair. Hi, Spooky Lattes. Welcome in. I'm okay, just relaxing. I'm gonna do some drawing. Ooh, what are you drawing today? I'm doing good. Woo! Salt. Salt. It'll taste funny without it. But also, we're gonna need the milk sooner than we thought. It's very crumbly today. Let me grab milk. If dough is dry, yeah, add, it says 1 to 2. No, it does say tablespoon. I read it as teaspoon for a second. And you'll be surprised at how little liquid you need to make this come together. So just go slow. Today is a 3 tablespoon kind of day. That should bring it in. Because it should try to ball up. That's what we're looking for. that's much better. Okay, I'm gonna put this away for the time being. If I need more, I'll come back for it if I need to re-wet things, but it can go in the fridge for the time being. There we go. 3 tablespoons of milk. How to tell it's really dry in your apartment. You need a lot more milk. Cream, as it were, in your recipe. Yeah, that's malleable. That's what we want, nice and moldable. Okay. Set that over there for the time being. Now we're getting into the fun part. Hi, Wazzo! Lazy Sunday Christmas puzzle and me baking, yay! You're built different, Miri? I gotta scroll up for a second, hang on. Just some practice stuff? Ooh, nice. Who with lactose intolerance would ever do that? Most people with lactose problems are like, milk? I don't fear milk. I beg it to try and kill me. That's exactly it, Lunar. That's exactly it. My friends are lactose intolerant. I'm over here having it at every chance. I feel that, Miri. If I can find the pose I want to use, I could be drawing today too. There's a website that helps with posing, and I forget what it's called. You're one of them spooky lattes? Oh dear. I've met so many who are just like, ha, I laugh in the face of milk and just eat cheese and ice cream. They really do, though. They really do. It's just a thing. Until 30 minutes later and the porcelain gods are laughing at me. There's also that bubbly. When can we eat dessert? Christine, hi! As soon as you want and have it in your possession. Cheese, actual Dutch Gouda is just, I can't stay away. But 2 glasses of milk and I feel, why I can't do that, right? The default is lactose intolerant. Only those that consume after the toddler age stay lactose tolerant, which are technically the sick ones. Interesting. Well, my family was big on drink your milk, so I guess it worked out in my favor because I can still have cheese. Oh, and for anybody wondering, this is the book. This is the book that this recipe comes out of. What do I need to heat it to? 350 Fahrenheit. 350. Ugh, and I dropped the thing out of it. Let me go turn my oven on. Bake, start, oven lights so I remember that I turned it on. Yep, we're empty. Beautiful. And I need the gumdrops. The gumdrop buttons. All perfectly, beautifully separated. Your family drank milk? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lunar. That's what mine did. We're mutants. Yes. Like, my family before drank milk like 3 liters per 2 days. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My brother used to drink like a gallon himself in a day. It was crazy. You just need milk for, right, Bubbly? Like cereal. Coffee creamer is made of milk. I need milk in my life. All right, let me drag my handy dandy, I'm sitting my ass down for this part, chair over here. And squeeze my way back through. I'm gonna set this stuff, ingredient-wise, off to the side. Until I need it again. Oh, Seamus is here for gumdrops. Okay, there we go. So I have my space. These can sit here. I need this. Normally I try to scoop it, but I'm not going to this year. I need this. You guys' overhead cam is coming this way. How are we? Perfect. Beautiful. And whenever I feel I need it, I will pop in my headset, my earbuds, to listen to a podcast, which I will not be sharing on stream because copyright. But that's typically what I do when I really need to focus, is I listen to something that's not just music. Like I'm not going to pay attention to the words, but I need words, if that makes sense. Okay, so we'll start with the red. Actually, let me organize these real fast. Red, orange, yellow, green, and white. Okay, perfect. Because this is how I make sure I know what color's what. I do them in batches that way. And for this reason as well, I'm only going to be using 2 trays because it takes so long to get these together. Please know I would not actually do this, but can I pump my mom's tiny yapper dog? Yes, because you would not actually do it. I totally understand that feeling of shut this whatever it is up. Like, I want to punt the speaker, I want to punt the person, I want to punt the baby, I want to punt the dog. Never would do it, but you want to. So typically you use like tablespoon. I just grab at this point, flatten it in, and then you want it as thin as you can get it to just like mold it up and around, and then the excess goes back in the bowl, which is why I'm not worrying about it. And then I'll just kind of like smooth it out a little. Bonbon. That's bonbon. Beautiful. I wonder, you're his 3rd owners. Oh my goodness. She's not home, so all he does is bark at anything. Ugh. If you can drop kick it, it's not a dog. Oh, Lord. Their former neighbors had a Newfoundland dog. He was trained to stay home alone by leaving him home alone for 8 hours. Oh, wow. Call them D's Bonds like Nivek suggested. Oh, I mean, it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Beautiful. D's nuts matter. Oh my Lord, Seamus. I literally got in his face and started barking back and was like, how do you like it? There you go, Jazz. Perfect. Perfect. They didn't know he just howled until about 10 minutes before they came. Oh, Orca. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, because they clearly had no cams and they didn't talk to their neighbors. So they thought he was fine and he had separation anxiety. Poor doggo. Yeah, and if you get like thin spots, you can just maneuver some of the thicker areas into place. And then it's like a quick bloop bloop. And voila. It's ready to be a bonbon. Oh my Lord. 15! 15! That's like 5 a stream so far. It was also pre-2000. Gotcha, yeah. These bums is a happy middle. It is a happy middle. And I mean, technically, the gumdrop in here is a happy middle. For what it's worth. Yeah, so we'll see if I end up needing another batch or not. I may not. I know every year I end up throwing out some of the dough. So I'm trying to dial in on how much do I actually need. Put him in his kennel, doesn't bark. But the pit bull, all she does is bark in the kennel and is pretty quiet otherwise unless someone comes inside the house. Interesting. It's amazing how dogs have such vastly different personalities. I'm so nervy. My dog hates being left alone because I'm home with her because my disability most of the time. I have a medical procedure in February. I have to be at the hospital at 5:30 in the morning. I'm going to my neighbor's. Oop. Hi, Fantacorn. Welcome in. Bake it without a drop. I don't know if it would taste as good. You're going to your neighbor's all. I'm sorry. That's fair. The barking when someone else is inside ain't that bad. Good pupper. Right? Right? How are you, Fantacorn? I mean, it probably would taste good, let me be honest. I am genuinely intrigued by how Mama Jeannie got custard inside of these. Like, that is probably going to be a thing we try at a different point this year in 2026. Maybe I'll make them as a treat for Easter in addition to the pizzelles and we'll try to get the custard inside. Maybe. I love doggos, but at this stage of my life, I'm glad I'm a crazy cat person, right? It's your doorbell. There you go, Jazz. She's afraid of people. She's a rescue, and oh, yeah, that would give me trust issues, too. Took your mom 6 months to get her trust. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It's so brutal. It's so brutal. And that's one of the risks you take with rescues, right? Because you don't know what their original home life was like. We kind of have something similar with Hera. We have no idea what her life was like pre-shelter. And she went through at least 2 shelters. She wants to be so lovey. She really only likes me. She's definitely more like cool to Seamus. She doesn't dislike him and she's not scared of him. She's just not a huge fan. She's wicked curious, but if you move towards her when she's not like okay with it, she just runs off. She's the most skittish, curious cat I've ever met. She's a bitch. My mother-in-law keeps trying to feed her dogs for leftovers like pizza and cheeseburgers, and I'm over here smacking her hand like, no. Yeah, because if you feed them like that, they will beg and expect. My mom, yeah, we were told Gibbs was 3, but the vet said with his cracked teeth, she thinks he's more 5. Yeah, and we had the opposite issue because she was so quiet and timid in the shelter. When Seamus and I went to get Hera, we thought she was 5, and they said she was anywhere from 3 to 5. They weren't 100% sure. We got her home, and she had an environment where there wasn't a ton of people and a ton of other cats and animals, and she became a psychopath. She's a very lovable psychopath, but oh my lord, the level of zoomies this cat has. She is 3. There is no way she's 5. She is not nearly mellow enough to be 5. Talk about a personality change once she got into the right environment. And I'm glad we can be that environment for her. She is a very sweet cat, even if she's a bitch to Seamus. Feed the... It's human quality food. There you go, Orga. The only human food my dog gets, cheese when she needs yes! Cheese when you need meds. The blackmail. Yup. Mm-hmm. It's definitely not good for their digestive system. It's not good for our digestive system, like, let's be honest. Cats we adopted was a former street cat. He's estimated at 1. He grew after we adopted. He was not. And he's still skittish. Yeah. She is. She is a lovable psychopath. That is the best way to describe Hera. It is the best way to describe her. There's just no other way. There's no other way. Oh, you guys have no idea how much of a relief it is that I am live relatively on time. I was only like 30 minutes behind schedule, and that this is all I'm doing today is bonbons. Like, I have no other cookies that need to get done. Viva the 12 days of Christmas cookies. The 12 days of watching me make the things that are going to make all of the people in my life fat and go into a sugar coma. And we'll see, like, I have grand plans for stream, right? I have grand plans. I think I mentioned it. I'm going to mention it again regardless. Seamus and I are going to look into P.O. boxes a little more seriously after this. I might be able to do a wider spread cookie ordering system that way, because I won't have to worry about my home address so much. And that would potentially allow for more baking streams. It would be honestly a great way to help support me, because I do love baking. I always said, my brother's gonna chide me about this, I always said I would never turn my hobby of baking into a career, because I don't want it to lose the joy that I get from it, because now it's a job instead of something I do for fun, right? But I feel like it would be a good balance, because I could close the shop anytime I'm just not feeling it. I don't have to. It's not required of me. Anyways, if I get a P.O. box, if I make it so that my address is protected, I could potentially build in next year an entire like box or two of giveaway cookies, and have it be that you can get entry tickets by being here. And the only restriction would be you're gonna have to be in the States. Or I could make it something for my subscribers in my Discord that, you know, one lucky person who is a subscriber in the month of December can win a box of cookies. Something like that. Like, I'm ruminating over some ideas for how I could incorporate this more. Because if I plan for the extra cookies, I will make the cookies. Like, that's not a problem. What about living in the Arctic? Ugh. We're supposed to get hit with 60 to 100 inches of snow. Bubbly, what the heck? Did you mean 6 to 10? Please tell me you meant 6 to 10. Do you know my dog is known in some circles as Chaos Pup? That's amazing. That's amazing, Lunar. Okay, now let me, oh my God, let me scroll back down now, laptop. A reverse P.O. box? That would be cool. Lunar with like 5 inches. 5 inches of D's nuts. Oh my God. Pick up from, yeah, Europe would be very tricky. West Coast, best coast. No, Wazzo, no. Possible, so it's most likely being dramatic. I would think they made the typo. Yeah, 5 to 8 feet is a lot. Doing extra cookies and not making cookies specifically for it, then it's not turning it into so much extra work. That is true, Miri. That is true. The thing is I've dialed in so strongly on exactly how many cookies I need and how many batches I need to make. I feel like I might not actually have a lot of extra cookies to offer this year. Seamus has already made me promise that I won't give away any of the bonbons, because he really, he likes these cookies that much. And I said, okay, because I like him that much. Said 60 to 100. That's crazy, Bubbly. Mine. Yeah. Yeah. The nice thing about these is spreading it out like this, for the most part, it really wouldn't be that much extra work. It might be like an extra batch or half a batch. Like the peanut butter blossoms, I would definitely end up with a lot of extra, but I could, instead of buying too many extra bags of Hershey Kisses, I could just turn a lot of the extra into peanut butter cookies, which are still delicious. They are still delicious. These snowfall totals are not from a single model. They are based on average of multiple deterministic and ensemble weather models, increasing confidence in a high impact outcome. Okay, then. Okay, it sounds like AI got carried away is what it sounds like. Need simpler to make these for a personal stash, right? Washington State, everyone. My gosh. My goodness, you poor people. You poor people. That sounds miserable. Granted, it's good to get the snow because it helps prevent droughts, but that's so much snow all at once. That's the real problem, all at once. Need to scroll up again, just a hair. I'm living in a spot that might get slush if we're lucky on the 23rd. Ew, not slush. Slush is bad. No, I get like slush, but bubbly gets snow. This, oh my lord. That's terrible. Slush is the worst. Slush is like way worse than snow. I will take snow any day. Slush you can't do anything with and then it turns to ice. Snow at least you can do something with. Slush is miserable. I've never gotten my car stuck in the snow, knock on wood, but I have gotten stuck in slush, and my brother almost couldn't pull me out with his giant truck because I was stuck. We did manage it. We did manage it, but wow, it was an effort. It was an effort. These do not expand, so really I just get them situated so that I mean, they'll puff up a little bit, but they don't spread or anything. So I just get them situated so that they're good to go on the tray nicely. They have some airflow around them. Obviously, you don't want them touching. And black ice, yeah, lots of black ice. Frozen slush is the worst. It really is, Orca. Like 10 minutes from the border. Wow, bubbly. You're just gonna nip over for some maple syrup then? Gotten stuck in the snow. Thankfully, I had a manual, so we did some rocking with shifting from reverse to first and eventually got out. Yeah, I can rock. I don't drive manual. I don't drive a stick, but I can rock my car out of almost anything. In 66 Fahrenheit, 29 seated 8. Quiet, Wazo, quiet. You and your warm weather. Not all of us can live in that kind of temperature. Wazo is Californian. Did you know that the Great Canadian Heist was for $1 million worth of maple syrup? I did not, Jazz. That's hilarious. Capital of the state, so southwestern Washington. Gotcha. Is it Olympia? I have no idea. At one point in school, elementary school, we had to memorize the state capitals to the best of our ability. And I have let go of that information and knowledge at this point in my life. If you had asked me what the capital of Washington was, I would have said Seattle. Is Seattle? Yeah, Seattle is Washington, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Near Oli, but not in Oli. Good to know. Oli, 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 Oli. That is a fun thing to say. Yeah, it's much better doing these before my brain is toasticles. It's also much nicer doing these, having you guys here to chat with me. I'm not gonna lie, like, that is a huge boon. These used to be one of the ones that I looked forward to but simultaneously dreaded, because I would just, you know, you sit here by yourself and work on things, and now I've got all of you guys to sit here with me. 5 Celsius and it's 9:30. Ooh, chilly, but warmer than it is here. Decent temperature for the start of the winter, end of fall, autumn. Yeah. Yep. That is true. You cannot dox yourself. That's fair. That's fair, Lunar, and it's important not to dox yourself. San Diego in the 1980s lived in Point Loma. Oh. Yeah, I know where Wazo lives. Wazo's on my Christmas card list. My holiday card. Surprise, Wazo, you're getting a holiday card. Miri is also on the holiday card list because Miri sent me one. Pain in the butt to drive there? Yeah, I bet. You are! You are. Yeah, Seamus was a Navy boy. He liked his semen, if you know what I mean. So Jazz and Riku holiday cards this year. That's so fun, isn't it? Isn't it? I love sending out holiday cards, and because we design them ourselves, it just makes it more special. I might actually need all 4 batches. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Expecting a card from Miri in the next few days. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's what I was working on earlier today, this morning, was I like to do wax seals on all of my envelopes for holiday cards. So I was working on getting the wax seals done. I think I have like 24 left to go. I was just sitting in the EBGG group chat working on my wax seals and listening to the Disney Dreamlight Valley cult. It's a cult. Don't let them, if anybody in EBGG who is part of this cult tells you it's not a cult, listen, it's a cult. Seeing where cards hit. Germany got a card before some of my locals. That's crazy, Miri. Yeah, one of the things I'm gonna have to do for next year, because I don't think we can get them at the post office directly, is get the Forever International stamps. Because now I've got 2 or 3 people that I send that are international, and 3 Forever stamps is actually more than what it costs to send international, but all I have are Forever stamps, so that's what we do. So for next year. You love Disney Dreamlight Valley? Listen, Jazz, you get into EBGG, they will absorb you into that cult. You haven't played for a while, though? Yeah. Yeah, EBGG, they're trying to convince me, and I'm like, no, I'm resisting. It's not my game. Hi, Kissy. It's not a cult, it's a cult, Kissy. Speaking of. Stamp is national. Stamp is national. Have you found all your puzzle pieces, Kizzy? That's what you guys were working on when I left. I knew at least one of them, one of the EBGG folks would come out of hiding when I called it a cult. Out of the shadows, exactly. Yep. Domestic US bound and international level stamps appear. That's handy. Yeah, the US is just like it's leaving the country. $1.70. Doesn't matter how far out of the country. $1.70. Which, like, whatever. They got to make their money somehow because the postal system was kind of on the verge of bankruptcy for a little bit here. You can join Team Seamus. Okay, there we go. One tray. One tray down. 4 to go. Getting a contract to deliver for Amazon saved. It did. So I'm putting gumdrops in the bonbons lunar. Gummy drops. Okay, chair. I need you to move for a second so that I can squeeze my happy little booty through here because the table's a little longer and I'm a little larger. Nebulae, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you, friend? Oh, 2 gifted subs. No, wait. They've gifted 2 subs. Okay. I'm reading the message completely wrong. What sucks is that all the really fancy looking stamps are only domestic. That's usually how it goes. Because, to be fair, a lot of people don't ship internationally. Or, just, like, mail. All right, how long do I put these in for? 12 to 15 until set, but not brown, so 12. 12 minutes. Clock. Timer. Nebulae, thank you for the resubscription. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Sign me up. You're on a 4-month streak. So the notification goes away. That's fair. I am making bonbons. I'm making bonbons today. So I'm going to put these ones in the oven. And then I'll work on the next tray. These ones will come out before the tray is done. That is to be expected. So that's 1, which means we can do that. I sent 2 of my favorite YouTubers and Twitch streamers a box with goodies. Went from LAX to Phoenix, back to LA and back to Phoenix. That is dumb. Sometimes it does that. I have no explanation. It just does that sometimes. It is getting dark in here. Let me turn on the light. The overhead light. Ah, much better. Mo better. So next up is orange. Ah. Sweet, delicious water. Okay, chair. Now I need you again. Because we sit to roll cookies. Ugh. And I'm so short, it takes me a moment to get up into this chair. They have to pick up soon because it's in Phoenix, just a few more stops, and then it went back. Yeah. I've had stuff route stupidly before, too. And it makes no sense, but I think sometimes it just ends up like in the wrong truck. And then it gets to another destination, then they're like, whoopsie. Aren't bonbons just good goods in French? Also, it's what Peg Bundy was always eating, good goods. Oh, bonbons. You are the second person to mention Peg Bundy. Or Fine Vines, yeah. I don't speak that much French, so. I know the important phrase, which is fermez la bouche, which means shut up. Shut your mouth. That's the important phrase. That was what we really took away from French class when I was in middle school. Because I took Spanish in high school, so I always intended to take French in high school. But here's the thing, okay? My brain likes to be lazy. Oop, sorry about that. And when I was in school, they have since changed this, which I think is for the better. In 6th grade, when you were like 11, they made you take half a year of Spanish and half a year of French. And then in 7th grade, you had to take French for the year. And in 8th grade, you had to take Spanish. And then after that, when you started 9th grade, which was your high school career, you got to pick, would you rather take French or Spanish? Well, I didn't want to go back and have to pick French back up at that point. So even though my last name is technically French, I picked Spanish. Because originally I was going to take French because it was in my heritage. But I didn't want to go backwards. So now, as far as I know, you have to do the half a year thing still in like the 6th grade. And then they let you pick from there, which is way smarter. It's way smarter. You get started sooner so you can have a little bit more competency in the language. And now you've only done half a year in 1 year time, so it's easier to make a decision. French is one of the 4 languages they forced to... 4? You're forced to learn 4 languages? Holy crash. Cállate tu boca? Maybe. Maybe for Spanish. The most important phrase is always, where is the bathroom? ¿Dónde está el baño? Yep. Veux-tu botter sur le chou? Arcadian for, do you want a kick in the ass? I love that jazz. Most important, parlez-vous anglais? Yeah, do you speak English? Dutch, English, German, and French. Holy crap. Talk about being a polyglot by force. The most important phrase in any language is, I'll take a beer and a redhead to go. Oh, Seamus. That is not the most important phrase in any language. That's the most important phrase in Seamusism. Because your name on here might be Seamus, but you have no shame. None. 9, 0, zilch. 9 is the wrong word, but you know what I mean. The most was, for me, was the first thing I learned in Spanish. Of course it was. Seamus is what he actually means. Basically bubbly. Oh no, orca. My goodness, the green. The green is freaking with my brain. To be fair, many in the US can't even speak English, let alone another language. You're not wrong, Kissy. You're not wrong. Case in point, I can't speak today. Oh, 9 is no in German. Well, never mind. I'm correct. My brain is on the fritz. Yeah, I always tell people that English is my first language and my worst language. I also speak fluent typo. I just figured it was a typo when you spelled it like the number. Because again, I speak fluent typo. For the most part. Sometimes people throw me for a curveball. The language that I always felt, though, and I'm still very passionate about this because of disability things in the US, the language I always felt was the most important one for people in the US to learn, and that we should have been learning from kindergarten, is American Sign Language, because it drives me insane that somebody in this country who is deaf cannot be spoken to because they need to use their hands and not their mouth, and they can't hear us, right? It also drives me nuts as an adult to learn that many people who are deaf are completely illiterate and often lacking in proper opportunities in life because we don't have good enough education facilities to serve them to make sure that they get as educated as their hearing counterparts, which is bullshit. So I really and truly strongly feel that of all the languages, if there was one language I would force on kids in school from the beginning of their career right up through, it's American Sign Language. And then we won't have this issue. First year it was English, French, and Dutch. Second year, German got added. Some schools offer Spanish instead of French and German, but to graduate, we need 2 modern non-native languages. Wow, Orca, that's crazy. You know ASL? Thanks, brownies. That's amazing, Bubbly. Yeah, it's on my someday I will learn this list. It's one that I'm going to have to learn in person, and the place that teaches it here is expensive. Learning British Sign Language, yeah. A lot of Americans can't even speak decent English. It's true. A lot of them can't. And I will also say, with the addition of AI like ChatGPT, a lot of them really cannot write decent English anymore. Like, literacy rates are dropping. And critical thinking rates are at a critical low. It's terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I am terrified for the youth of today and their ability to think critically and use the English vernacular. Like, I felt incompetent, and then I saw what was happening and I was like, oh my Lord. Blame AutoCare. Exactly. Many community colleges have ASL, oftentimes, but I don't think they do in my area, to be totally honest. Being partially deaf as I am, I taught myself how to read lips. Girl Scouts and Brownies help with ASL. That's amazing, Bubbly. You wish you knew ASL? Yeah, right, Nebulae? It's one of those things where it would be so helpful. 3 minutes on the clock. Man, I put that clock at a terrible spot. It's helpful regardless of hearing ability, a way to communicate without speaking. That is true too. That is true too. You need to tell your partner in the movie theater you're going to the bathroom, just a little sign language, off you go. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm a big advocate for stuff like that. I also know the blind suffer too with good education opportunities, again, because of a lack of an ability to see. But as far as I'm aware, it's a little easier to get your hands on stuff these days to make up for that deficiency than it is for the hearing impaired. Because now they have screen readers and stuff, right? They can get access to written material far more easily. Before it was you needed books in Braille, and that's a whole other struggle. But I used to work in architectural signage where I needed to know ADA code for signage for the visually impaired and blind. And let me tell you what, the number of companies that want to just skirt around ADA because I don't want to pay more for the sign, but it needs to say this, is disgusting. Okay? It's disgusting. And my company fought me on putting warnings on, because I did the design drawings for production and whatnot that the customer had to approve. So architects would just slap like basic shit in their plans that would get sent out to bid, and then companies would use this to bid. And then when we would come back and be like, actually, this sign that you want to be 6x6, like the amount of words you want on it plus a graphic, the graphic alone has to have its own 6x6 square that it sits in by ADA, and then you can put words below it. And they're like, but if you make it bigger, it's gonna cost more. And we were like, yeah, it will. And my company was like, just let them have it the way they want it. And I'm like, that's not ADA compliant. ADA exists for the people who need us to stand up for them. I had to fight them to at least let me put a giant warning on all sign design artwork that had to be physically signed off on of This sign does not meet ADA compliance as it is presently shown. Oop, timer. I'll keep talking. It doesn't meet it as it's presently shown. In order to meet ADA compliance, it would need to go to whatever size. If you wish to continue with it as is, please, sign here or whatever. Like, I made them sign off on it so that they couldn't come back should they get caught by a code inspector and say, well, nobody told me it wasn't ADA compliant, because I wasn't about to have that shit. I was on top of it, and it frosted me every time. Every time one of them would sign off and just be like, yeah, I don't need it to be ADA compliant. It's not that big of a deal. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, motherfucker. Ugh. Teach littles because a lot of toddlers do use ASL. It's true. I've tried to learn Braille when I was 12 because they told me I needed an eye operation when I was 18 and I might turn out blind. Age 18, no operation actually needed because wrong diagnosis. Ooh, God, what a terrifying thing though to grow up with, thinking you might go blind at 18 because of an eye operation and then to be told, whoopsies, my bad. But yeah, oh my God, I was so frustrated with things. The only other thing that really got under my skin as like a pet peeve in that job, we did a lot of signage for schools. And the number of schools where it's an administrator, an educator who didn't know proper grammar on where the possessive apostrophe for an S went was nutty. And I would try to correct the grammar and they would tell me, no, put it back the way I had it. And I was like, okay. It's your elementary school, your middle school, your high school, whatever it was. Speaking of multiple languages, my godfather's daughter, by the age of 3, she could talk French, Cantonese, English, and her daycare was teaching her as a holy crap. Her father is French, Acadian, her mom is Chinese, so they spoke all 3 languages to her. Bravo. They thought my outer eye muscles were too long by a max of 3.75 millimeter, and that needed to correct by picking up the muscle and reattach it. Both eyes, 3 months apart, minimal. Wow. Grandfather was a doctor. His hobby was translating foreign medical journals into English. He was fluent in English, Italian, French, German, and Russian. What happened, Seamus? Why aren't you fluent in all those languages then? Like, let's go. Those look great so far. Hi, drink tea with me. Thank you. Turns out I never learned to have depth perception, and that had to be corrected before the age of 5. Yeah, depth perception is, yeah. Right? Why didn't he follow in his footsteps? He told me Niet Tovarich, which is Russian for no something. I know the word, but I don't know the word, if that makes sense. I'm glad you guys listen to my rants on here sometimes, because they come out of left field, I swear to God. I swear. Bit Russian, Italian. I want to take Japanese. Of course you want to take Japanese, because now you're a weeb. Now you're a weeb, Seamus. I have the Rosetta Stone for Japanese, but it's tricky. That's all he needs to know. Oh, bye. I'm fluent in Yelena. I know what my dog wants. That's about all I can speak. English, I'm lucky if I understand 15%. Fair, Lunar. Speaking of Russians, I could listen to Crash Talk Russian all day. What is Crash Talk Russian? Notice me, senpai, right? I want to learn Swedish. I want to learn Swedish because I want to be able to practice it with Mem. It's far more motivating to learn a language when you have a friend that speaks said language. Like, now that I know people who speak Dutch, I would learn Dutch. Because it's one thing to, like, learn Japanese and, better understand the show that you're watching, right? because Seamus and I are both shameless anime nerds. Crash is Russian. Crash diet. Yeah, I don't know. Don't learn Dutch. Why not Dutch? But it's more motivating if I can say, oh, I want to learn Swedish because now I have somebody who's a native Swedish speaker, and I would love to be able to converse with them in their language versus I want to be able to understand anime better. It's so much more motivating. Of course, motivation in and of itself is also difficult. It's complicated. It can't possibly be as complicated as English. Like, let's be honest. Oh, it's a dialect of German, Seamus? Okay, German is complicated. But I would learn it. The kinetic partner. Oh, who told? Oh, cause full stream to crash before us down shit the bed. Oh my lord. Here, Har is muy. Her hair is beautiful. I've definitely pronounced that terribly. But I see what you're saying. Har for her hair. It's like the same word for two different things. We do that too, though. We've got there, and there, and your, and it's and it's. Like, anytime we have contractions, it gets difficult. That's what she said. Whoop. Into the bucket. Yeah, we'll need more dough. So, yep, exactly, drink tea. Those sound the same. It's more of a lead versus lead. Yeah. There, and there all sound the same, and it's 3 different words. French has rules and the words stick to them. Yeah. That would help if things stuck to the rules. Rules are helpful with language. So I'm also always impressed with people who can like completely create their own language. There's this one creator on YouTube, Pat Mandeezy, who he might as well be a Tolkien in his own right. He has a series of books that he's like written in his head, and he's developed a complete language for, to the point that he is fluent in this language that he has created, to the point that he did an entire video in his own made up language. It was so impressive. And he's never written the books, and we're all like, write the damn books, dude. Just write the damn books. Pair, and pair. Yep, there's another one. Hi, Kags. How are you? I'm friends with a Filipino horror artist streamer on Twitch. Does a Tagalog word of the day, and I pick up on them so easy. Oh, that's amazing, though, Bubbly. With rules, and then stuff that doesn't stick to those rules are the exception. Yeah. French and Spanish are Latin derivatives. They have solid rules. I want to learn Latin someday. Mainly so that I can sound like I'm casting curses, even though I'm not. Like, I don't know. Latin is just such a cool language to me. And so I can understand Powerwolf lyrics. Yes, Seamus. I know you guys can't hear him talking to me from the other room. Powerwolf is such a good band. So good. Might be about time for a little more milk in this. We'll see. It's a little crumbly at the bottom. But I think I can still squish it pretty good to stay together, because it's not, like, these are not breaking as I'm trying to form them. Cast these nuts. Oh my lord. Le ver ver le ver vert va vers le vere and very vert. The green worm goes toward the green glass made of glass. Yep, with a Z at the end. Put the other mic on Seamus. He might end up with that at some point, and then he'd have to really be mindful of the shit that he says in the other room. Latin, are you summoning a demon or ordering a large pizza? Exactly, Drink Tea. Exactly. And maybe it's both. Maybe I'm summoning a demon to eat the large pizza with. You don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to tell you to get the hell off my lawn. Yeah, I want to learn Latin. I think it would be fun. Ordering a large demon pizza. Exactly. All answers are yes. Facts. Facts. We're just going to have like a Latin learning club. We can all learn it together and then all summon demons together and order large pizzas. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. Fantastical even. I'm so glad I'm not taking the time to dirty my cookie scoop to scoop out perfectly equal amounts of dough, only to put most of it back in this bucket. Hello, Demonic Pizzeria. Can I take your order, please? Right? Dova, hi! Hi, how are you? Yes, I would like one. What's on the 7th layer of pizza? Does it have anchovies? I can't handle fish. Yes. Thank you for calling Domino's. How would you like your demon? Bubbly. You know what the great thing about having all of this separated by color is already? I don't have to count how many I'm putting on the tray. I just need to finish off the baggie of gumdrops. I sit here debating to join Goodreads this next year to join a book club, completely different subject, but you all are sounding like a trashy book at this time. Listen, trashy books are great. 7th layer pizza has brimstone. Make mine a large. Domino's will get you your demon in 20 minutes or less, or your money back, guaranteed. You've been better. Aw, Dova, are you sick? 20 minutes, right? 20 minutes. I hope you're not sick, friend. The next ads are gonna be Domino's. Probably. Seamus is writing a book, was working on it now, but this conversation has me utterly distracted. I'm not surprised, Seamus. That's how it goes. Here it was Al Capone's pizza, and they had 45 minutes before GPS was widely spread. There you go. Yeah, GPS revolutionized food delivery. And then our Pizza Hut disappeared, so now we can't have stuffed crust, and I'm very sad. Been through a very rough few weeks and took a break from Spaces. Understandable. Well, I hope that things are on the upswing now for you, Dova. You have been missed, but it's totally understandable when you need to take a break from Spaces and just, you know, have your space. We're always here when you're ready to come back, as you know. So many extra little crumblies. Stick into, oh my God, stick into the dough, dang it. Yes, all the hugs for Dova. Talking about like demonic pizzerias and stuff reminds me of those funny old ways to answer like spam calls. Picking up like, Sam's Morgue, you stab it, we slab it. Those were always so good. You love that lady on TikTok? What lady on TikTok? Definitely not on the up, but you know things will take time. Yeah, time helps ease all pains. Can still do that. You can still do that. It's true, Orca. It's true. Have you never heard that one with me before? Drink tea with me? She answers the spam callers in the most absurd ways. Oh, I didn't know there was somebody who still does that. That's amazing. That's amazing. It just... Like, I'll teach you to call me with spam garbage. I remember there was one that was part of like a comedy skit or a joke or something. We're going back like 15 years, okay? It's from old YouTube, early YouTube, where I don't think it's an actual transcript. I think it was staged, like looking back on it as an adult, but it was so funny where this guy like got a spam caller and he pretended to be like a police department and was like, and how do you know, Mr. Anderson? Well, he's dead, you see, so we're gonna need you to stay on the line. No, you can't hang up. We're gonna need you to stay on the line. This is an active crime scene investigation, and we're gonna have to ask you a few questions about your relationship with the victim. Like, it was a whole thing. It was so funny. And at the time, young me thought it was real, but looking back on it, there's no freaking way. That's not how any of it works. But it was funny. You're gonna find it and share it with me? Hell yeah. You're just hearing about it now and you're loving it. Oh yeah. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Back when humor made a little bit more sense. Because let me tell you what, the things kids are coming up with today, I don't get it. I don't understand the 6'7" thing. I don't understand the skibbity riz bebop doodad Ohio nonsense. Yeah, so we're getting down there. We might only need like one more batch instead of two. Not sure. Not 100% sure. Water. You're too old for that shit. I feel that. I feel that, Lunar. All right. Hi, Will. Yeah, it's cookies. We're going to do a little spin because I'm going to be over here for a moment. I'm going to turn off the overhead cam. And I will add the cookies in now. After a point, you just stop trying to understand and just smile and nod. Yep. Because we're going to put our next 25 in. And we're going to take the other 25 off of this tray, which is sort of cool, but not completely. I need to just start the timer real fast. Start. Okay. They're cool enough, though, that I don't need gloves to pop them off. I definitely can't have the hot metal resting on my hand. Like, it's warm enough that it will cause problems. So these ones are red. And then I just have to remember if I go down or I go over when I take the orange out. And this is why, thank you for the follow. This is why I didn't bother taking my other two trays out of the drying rack, because I'm going to be taking so long to wrap gumdrops that it's not worthwhile. Pixie, how are you, friend? I'm a cookie baking goddess. I try. Ooh, ah. Spinny spin. I do know what colors they are. Just call me Skittles is how you find them on TikTok. I'll link one in Discord. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, I am going to real quick milk this. That sounds terrible, but that's what I'm doing. I'm adding milk because it is a teeny bit crumbly. Ugh, like maybe half a tablespoon. And then we'll assemble more. We're assembling the halfway batch. Where's my tablespoon? There's my tablespoon. Re-moisten this. Because this is definitely a texture thing where you just know by feel. No, it's going to take more than I thought. That'll do it, though. There's no way that doesn't do it. Excellent. It came together. Perfect. I can put the milk away. This is why I'm not leaving the milk out, because I'm going to need it intermittently. Intermittently. Memes and laughter. Excellent. You love the PJ pants? Thank you. My aunt got them for me last year. I actually wore these PJ pants through most of the cookies last year. And the shirt itself, you can't see it under my apron, but it says Cookie Crew. They were like last year's Target's special for PJs, and my aunt was just like, you have to have these. And I was like, I mean, you're not wrong. So this year early Christmas gift was some cookie bins. Last year's early Christmas gift was these PJs. I'm adorable like Seamus. Yeah. Yeah, I'm making bonbons. Day 4. Today is the 1/3 of the way through mark. And for my own sanity, my celly phone, where do I put it that I can, well, I guess I could more easily see it on this side. I don't have to crank my way all the way behind my brain skull. Ugh, back up into my chair. He is a slut for gumdrops. He's not lying. Been lurking on other days. Steve was home. Yeah, if you got Steve home, you got to spend as much time with him as you can. Totally understandable, Pixie, because an over-the-road trucker only has so much time available. Let's get the yellow ones open. I think after this year, I'm also going to have to order more sprinkles for these. Finally. Awans, yeah, the Awans are fried. I made 2 mountains of Awans. Yeah, now this is much more malleable. So for those who like gumdrops, if you had to only eat one color of gumdrop for the rest of your life, which one would it be? We've got lemon for yellow, red for like the cherry flavor. Green is like that soury apple limey flavor. White is technically pineapple. Orange is orange, and then the dreaded purple black licorice bullshit. Yep, all the recipes are in there. Black licorice, you're a licorice flavor person, Dova. Poji's the black licorice. My goodness, there's a lot of black licorice people in here. Lemon only because I can't do the red dye. That's fair, Pixie. That's fair. It would be a toss-up between lemon and the lime for me. I love the yellows and the greens so much. Not you. We only have grayish and green here. Gray is salmiak. What is salmiak? It is not grape. Nope. Purple is black licorice. It is black licorice. It's disgusting. It's made with the anise flavoring that we didn't put into the Awans. I love cherry, but anything with red dye is no bueno. And that's fair, Pixie. There are a lot of people who cannot do red dye. I put a lot of red dye in many of my stuff, but I know people can't put it. Is the root ingredient for... Ugh. Gross. No thank you. I would not like that flavor, Orca. Anus cookies are the best for the holidays. Kissy's here to encourage you, Seamus. Yeah, I don't like black licorice either, Pixie. That is why all of the black licorice flavored gumdrops are specifically Seamus's. And when we get like jelly beans, he gets all of the black licorice jelly beans. If you ever get here, you'll let me taste it. Oh boy, you're helping. You are helping, Kissy. You are. Well, you spend time with the cult of Disney. What would Aeon say in this moment? You're so pretty. That cracks me up. That cracks me up. Anytime Aeon is trying to get under Kissy's skin, he's like, you're so pretty. And now she's just like, I know, aren't I? You hate black licorice with a passion, though? See, we're of the same mindset there, Kissy. No black licorice. I shall valiantly save all of you from the black licorice. He will. He's out here to get black licorice gumdrops as we speak. Out of the container. I mean, America has red licorice. How? Because it's a gray powder. Oh, I didn't realize that our red licorice is actually licorice flavored. I just thought it was sugar. It's not? Okay. It's fake. Good to know. Steve used to tell the kids to bury the black licorice in the yard for the goblin kids to find. That's so funny, Pixie. Our hero, he is. He is the hero. For now. Every relationship needs one person who will eat the black licorices and the pickles. See, I love pickles. We both love pickles, Mary. Oh my god, there's this vile liquor too called aquavit that is black licorice flavored. So this one time at reenactment camp, literally reenactment camp, because I used to do Viking era reenactment with Seamus, and then we got out of it when our health went to shit for a little while. We may get back into it. Anyways, I digress. This one time at reenactment camp, one of our fellow Viking reenactors brought aquavit. And this shit is so vile and it's so like high octane. They were drinking a combination of aquavit, mead, and beer, and they got so wasted. Like ridiculous levels of wasted. One of our younger dudes was still sick at 2 o'clock the afternoon next. Barely able to help us tear down camp. His father-in-law like had to keep pulling over on the side of the road for him to vomit. It was so bad. Seamus got toddler drunk. I was the token sober person that night, trying to wrangle a bunch of drunk Viking reenactors. And of course, it's a timeline, so there's all sorts of eras. One of our members took a rutabaga and chucked it full force in the middle of the Red Army reenactors' fire. So he bombed them. It was a night. It was a night, and everybody ended up at the Viking encampment because we had most of the alcohol. So they brought vodka, they brought the rutabaga back. They were then doing shots of vodka out of a hole that they bored in the rutabaga. Oh my god, it was a night of ill repute. To the point that I told everybody in our encampment that aquavit was henceforth banned going forward. And if anybody brought it, so help me, I would be smashing it with one of our axes. None of them tested my resolve to do that. Akavit has not been seen since. Vile. Vile stuff. Vile stuff. Yeah, toddler drunk. 100% Wazo. How bad the puke would smell? Oh, thankfully they went over into the tree line. This one time at band camp, exactly. Exactly. T only likes dill pickles. Interesting, Kissy. Yeah, Seamus is pretty much basically a dill pickle only. But I like them all. Oh, timer. Timer. One moment, then I'll read the rest of chat. Because I lost a lot of it. Out you come. Out you come, orange bonbons. Oh, there we go. Okay. Bonbons out. Back to reading chat. I will lick all the things too. You will lick all the things. Never know colors cause problems. Yeah. Colors do cause problems for some people, Bougie. It's true. It is true. Yeah, they were drunk off their asses 100%. He was never that trash in all the years you know him. And he was a Roman lawn nomad. Pensick that one year. Eric wants to do tipsy DBD for New Year's Eve. I'm a lightweight. So one drink and you're done, Pixie? You were an indignant 3-year-old. You would have died, Bubbly. Put pictures for 2 main ingredients. Put 2 pick and food discovery licorice. Oh, okay. Sounds good, Orca. I will look after stream. Make Steve eat the others. Smash the person or the... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anise is a totally different plant from licorice. Interesting. See, I thought anise was how we got licorice flavor. Regardless, it's still gross. It's still gross. I did it. I caught up with chat, you guys. Back to assembling bonbons. Person or the bottle. Yeah. Yeah, or both. Or both in the case of the one guy who he jokingly thought to tell me he was going to bring it. And then he saw the look that I gave him and he thought better. Good old Scott. Scott is... He is the epitome of like one of the cranky old dudes from Caddyshack. He has nothing to do but bitch about literally everything. But he's genuinely a nice guy. But if you listen to him bitch, you might think otherwise. Licorice is a root. Anise is the seed of a different plant. Oh, interesting. And Dutch licorice is not having any anise in it. Good to know. Hey, Camera, you want to catch the fuck up? I've made soothing marshmallows with licorice root. The smell was still gross. I believe it. I believe it. There we go. The camera caught up. I had a graphics driver update on my main computer and I updated that last night when I went to bed. And I rebooted the laptop today before I got started and we're still having some lag issues. So I'm wondering if there's something else I need to look at for stopping the lag. We're not dropping frames though, so that's good. Put on bread. It's powdered anise. I don't remember powder on bread. There's no guessing open right now, Seamus. WTF? What you doing? Is your brain broken? I'm getting hungry again, you guys. I literally, like, right before stream, one of the things that I allowed to make me a little bit late was I had a bowl of cereal to make sure I had eaten sufficiently. And I know there are going to be people out there who are like, that's not sufficient, but it's better than not eating, okay? And usually it fills me up for a while. Not today, I guess. Not today. What kind? They are basically Cocoa Crisp rice, but it's koala something or other because it comes out of the organic aisle so that it doesn't have a lot of the filler bullshit. Dinner for tonight is a bowl of cereal. I'm going to be lazy. You know what? Lazy is acceptable when you did a workout, Lunar. Right? I love that kind of cereal. And I don't eat cereal very often at this point. For a little while, that was what I ate every day for breakfast. And now I'm trying to get more variety in my diet. I keep forgetting, I need to look up ways to get more fiber in my diet. Because I'm genuinely trying to be healthier. 3 times a month. Yeah. Yep. And I know that having cereal every morning for breakfast is not going to help me very much on my weight loss journey. I need to somehow get my brain to stop wanting to be massively lazy and actually make breakfast. I also need to get a little more creative with breakfast aside from just like when I'm trying to be good and cook, making like scrambled eggs and toast or putting an egg on a bagel. Cranberry bran muffins, never heard of them, but that could be interesting. I put some chocolate Rice Krispie stuff in my yogurt. Oh, that's interesting, Orca. And I know the ads just started. I know the pesky ad breaks. But that's like once a month, 1 tub. Yeah. I'm making sandwiches before stuff tonight. Ooh, what kind of sandwiches, Pixie? That's the real question. Yeah, you are snacking on pistachios, and I'm proud of you for it, Seamus. I don't like breakfast, but I eat granola and Greek yogurt. See, I do like granola. Honestly, I had forgotten about that. I won't eat Greek yogurt because it's got too much of like a bite to the yogurt. And I think if I remember right, Greek yogurt is made with goat's milk. And I don't like anything with goat's milk. I don't like feta cheese either. So Greek yogurt is not for me, but regular yogurt is just as good in my opinion. I think Greek yogurt is considered to be healthier because of good marketing. I don't know if I'm right or not, but many times things that we think are quote unquote healthier is because of good marketing. Anyways, I should really get some fruit and yogurt and make like little parfaits and not just fruit and yogurt, but granola. Because you're right, that is good. Grilled cheese is delicious. I'm used to grilled cheese as a dinner. Since I wake up right around 4 p.m., I don't really do breakfast. I eat normal people's dinner and then a snack before midnight, and if needed, another snack before bed, depending on my glucose. That's fair, Orca. Gotta be mindful of that glucose. Because these nuts are so good. Seamus, get out. Get out, Seamus. You're banned. I've given you guys too much power. Gonna have to reel it in. No, I will jest with you guys about that kind of stuff all day long. I'm actually really glad that you're invested enough in stream to request silly things that we can add that don't add noise. Because I will be honest there, the amount of noisemakers I will add is going to be extremely limited. But funny things like a D's Nuts counter, we can have fun with a D's Nuts counter. Ha ha, Seamus. Ha ha. You can't have Aeon's penis for another 3 minutes. Welcome back from the ends. We're still working on the lemon gumdrops. Countdown commenced. Womp womp. I will say though, I think I made it an hour cooldown per individual, but a half hour for others. But I don't remember if I made it only subs, VIPs, and mods. No, I think penis is available for everybody. I should make it a sub-only command, honestly. Should make it special. But Aeon told me last night that that's how his penis gets around stream, basically, which I thought was hilarious. Aeon is one of my teammates. He's the one who is the voice in the penis command. he is hilarious, and you 10 out of 10 should check him out. AEON210. Yeah, we're only going to need one more batch, not two. So a triple batch instead of a quadruple. If I need to make more. I think I will, but we're definitely going to make it into the green with what we got. And I would say the beautiful thing about this dough is there's no eggs, so it's safe to just eat raw, except for the struggle in the United States with raw dough is not so much the eggs, it's the flour having salmonella. Like, what the fuck? Get your shit together, United States. Wouldn't that be woom woom? Wom wom? How? All right, US. Yeah. I don't know how salmonella contamination gets into our flour, but it does. And that is why they before they make like cake balls and stuff, which is made with basically raw batter, they actually will toast the flour to make sure that if there is salmonella, it is killed. So frustrating, no matter what I do, right? I'm cold. No! That's so frustrating. You know what I usually do when I'm cold, Lunar, to warm up? I drink hot cocoa because a hot beverage warms me from the inside out. And then I'll be sweltering. And I'll have to take off like whatever cardigan or sweater or whatever I put on. So does sex. Seamus. 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 Seamus, what are we going to do with you? How did I find you again, Seamus? Like, what trash bin did I pull you out of? Because I'd like to make a return. I do know your generation ate all the raw dough. You'll take Lunar's share then. Oh my gosh. The Arc one, right, Riku? Also, hi, Riku. Welcome in. You're back at your PC, Jazz. Let's go. No more random power outages. Yeah, Pixie's here. Pixie came to join in on the crew of Getting Hungry. Because I swear that's what I'm really doing with these baking streams, is I just make everybody hungry. At least that's what I'm told. I might actually have to stand for a little bit. Plate-Up already makes you hungry. Oh my god, it really does though, Orca. Like, when I play Plate-Up, whatever it is I'm about to cook in Plate-Up, I know I'm going to crave it. What's that? I'm making breakfast toast. Now I want toast and baked beans and shit. What's that? I'm doing hot dogs. We're gonna have hot dogs for dinner tonight. Without fail. Okay, chair. I need you to go this way. I would like to stand for a little bit. It was the time of the day that made you hungry, not me. Okay, fair. Fair. Yeah. Whenever I do a bakery in Plate-Up with cakes and stuff, I instinctively want to bake so much more stuff. Dangerous. I already bake enough stuff. If you can't tell. If you can't tell. Like 1:30 for you, and about 12:30 she shared nude pics. Oh my. Oh, you had nudes. You're talking about noodles. Want nudes when I send her a pic of my nudes. I love that we call them nudes. Speaking of Plate-Up, we need to make plans for it. We absolutely do, Jazz. 100%. Because I would like to teach you all of the things. The stuff in the things about plating and upping. And avoiding chat setting your tables on fire. You chaos monsters that I love so dearly. She sent me the nudes first. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Nude sounds so good. I think Seamus, though, so bubbly last night, posted in the Discord that they had made mashed potatoes and then meatballs and put the meatballs on top of the mashed potatoes, like saucy-ish meatballs, and then baked it. And it looked so good. So I think, oh no, it wasn't meatballs, it was meatloaf meatballs. So I think that's what Seamus is planning on doing. Nose itch. Show me the new stuff. Oh my gosh, the new stuff. I look forward to getting into it. I just haven't had the time. Right? Doesn't it sound yummy, Pixie? It looked delicious. And it looked simple. So Seamus is waiting for me to get through the bonbons so that he has access to the kitchen to actually cook dinner. That is one of the biggest struggles, by the way, with me baking the cookies is what do we do for dinner? Because we only got one kitchen and it's real small. It's real small. We only got one oven. So it's not like I can even be like, okay, the bottom oven's yours. No, we got one oven. Going to be real, your kitchen is twice the size of yours, Lunar. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I couldn't work in anything smaller than this. But we also eat in here. So like our table is in here with everything else. We don't have a dining space, to be fair. Steve won't be home until after Christmas, but I know he wants homemade stuffing with whatever we make. Ooh. You wish you had my kitchen? Hi, crazy guy. Welcome in. You have a hallway as a kitchen. Yeah, that's how a lot of kitchens are, where you've got like counters on one side and cooking equipment on the other, and it's just an aisle between them. With dining space. You don't have one at all, Lunar? Oof. That's brutal. That's brutal. You must have either a studio, an apartment, or a really tiny apartment. A galley kitchen, yep. You eat at your computer desk. Oof. You also have a hallway kitchen, yeah. Yeah. I mean, for the amount of space I use, I might as well have one like that. Eventually, I'm going to make our apartment building in-house flipper too. As I think I'm going to do it exclusively as a YouTube video, but I am going to do it. So you'll be able to kind of get a better sense for what our space looks like, because I took all the measurements. I have the exact measurements to do it with. Where all the doors are and the windows, and it'll be really cool. I just haven't, you know, gotten around to it. Because lazy and distractible. Very distractible. If I make it through all this with just 2 batches, that'll be really impressive. Because I've got this much dough left. Okay, got another 25 done. I was so worried until he got where he was going, Chaz. Wait, what? You live in under 600 square feet. Yeah, we don't have much more than that, I don't think. Kitchen appliances on one side. Oof, Orca, that's crazy. Last night he drove by a pileup of 4 semis and 6 cars. Holy crap, Pixie. I'm glad he wasn't involved. I would have been worried until you knew he was safe too if I were in your shoes. Ours is 950 square feet. I didn't realize it was that big. I didn't realize it was that big, Seamus. That's what she said. Okay, this is number 3 going in ye old oven. And we're gonna add some cookies in. Add cookies, 25. Ooh. And I'm just gonna real quickly take stuff off the tray that's waiting here, and then I will be back to the computer instead of spinning. Okay, So orange will be down here. I may have to eat one of the lone gumdrops too. I am very nibbly at the moment. And something is better than nothing in terms of sugar. I mean, I should eat healthier, but when you're streaming and you're baking, your options are slightly limited. Okay, there we go. Tray ready for me. Primer. Oh my goodness gracious. We're okay. It's not that much time that passed. And I could, like, it won't hurt them. Hi, Hemi. How are you today? With 2,000 square foot house. Oh my goodness. Up north, the roads are crap. I guess so, Pixie. 3 bedrooms, 1 half bath, 1 shower, not really a bathroom, and an open kitchen living room. Interesting, Orca. European living standards are a lot smaller in the US. That is also true. That is also true. All right, so yellow ones are in. Next up is green. And then white. And then it's time for swapping over to icing, which will have a little bit of a move and all sorts of stuff. Good times. We don't make our houses out of lumber, solid concrete, and bricks. We are a lumber society here. It's funny because Wisconsin and Ohio, the roads are really well kept well during the snow, but Illinois, they suck. You know what? There's always that one frickin' state. In our area, the state that kind of seems to friggin' struggle, Massachusetts ain't great. When I lived in Massachusetts for college and I would come home on the weekends during a snowstorm, you knew when you crossed into New York because suddenly the roads were plowed. Seen videos from Texans driving in snow or more like sliding. Texas doesn't get snow, so Texans are not accustomed to driving in snow. Illinois completely ignores road care. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. They just, you know, sounds like they just hope it melts and goes away. And right now, Illinois is like getting absolutely shit on with snow. Got that shit on lock in Wisconsin. Oop. Yeah, upstate New York is pretty good about it too. I mean, we'll definitely have points in cities that are just like less so, but for the most part, within 24 hours, we have cleaned up and we get crews out pretty quickly. Okay, I need to stick a gumdrop in my mouth. More better. Delicious sugar. Because that's what gumdrops are. They are sugar. And they're delicious, delicious sugar. I will be very shook if I can get away with. There's no way. I'm just going to accept my fate. We will be making another batch. When I finish with this bowl, we'll pause wherever we are with this and we'll make another round of cookie dough for the bonbons and then keep going. And then I'll know, I will make a note for next year that it's really just 3. I needed 3 batches for 125 cookies, and I can work with that more easily. Gelatin with sugar coating. Yeah, basically, Orca. Has 24/7 snowplows going when there's snow. Some places may be better than others, but the highways and busy roads are typically really clear. Yep, that's how they do it here. Highways and main roads get priority, and then secondary streets will happen when the snowing, like either midway through because they have a chance to hit it at least once, but really when the snow is done. And that makes sense. Because you do have to have some priority. But Massachusetts, like, it was the highways that they weren't taking care of. And I was like, holy crap. So my best friends, I call them my best friends, when I would be driving back in a snowstorm, and this happens to this day if I'm in shit weather, I find the semi-truck. I find the semi-truck, I tuck myself behind them, and I just stay behind them because they have the mass to really get the snow out of the way and the weight to make some good tracks for me to get traction in, and I stay there. Like, it was to the point that at one point, because I drove home through so many snowstorms, I knew how to flash my lights to say thank you and whatnot, and to let them know that yeah, you can cut in front of me, or I'm trying to pass and what have you. Like, it was a whole thing. But that was my saving grace. I just tucked in behind the semi-trailer, and I didn't care how fast or slow they were. Well, I cared about how fast because I wasn't going to speed up if I wasn't comfortable. But I didn't care how slow they were going. They were my protector on the highway. Make sure I get where I need to go safe. We have enough drunk drivers. We don't need sliding. Yeah, absolutely. Steve always goes up to Green Bay, where his company is, and even on the lake roads, they are constantly cleared, which is important, Pixie. Highways and bus routes get priority, then bike paths and routes, lower level ways, and then other routes. I'm surprised the bike routes get some priority. Avocados. What about avocados? We're fortunate because if it snows down here, we live on an emergency lane, the road all emergency vehicles use to cross town, so we get plowed first. That is fortunate. That is definitely fortunate, Pixie. We're that way, but with power outages. So we're in the same grid as a hospital. So if our power goes down, it's only going to be down for like 30 seconds because they reroute very quickly to make sure the hospital maintains power. Only once did we have an extended period of power outage, and it's because the transformer that was just outside that window on the street level, like it's between our building and the next building, went, and they had to fix it, and that was like 6 hours. The Netherlands, have you seen how many bikes and bike paths we have? I have not. I've heard that it's very bike friendly, but that is such a, like, bike paths taking priority is such a foreign concept to me here in America, in the US. It's amazing because that means you're less reliant on a vehicle that's going to take maintenance and fuel and whatnot, and you're getting exercise. But the US is also so big that you really can only have that kind of infrastructure in really, like, urban areas. Like where I grew up on the side of a mountain. The bike path was the side of the road if you were ballsy enough to try and bike up it. Going down wasn't so bad. Up was the hard part. Just want to let you know that I'm in VC with someone and they thought you just said we get plowed first. Ooh woo. Bikes also take maintenance. They do, but not like a car, not like a vehicle. If it's snowing and you think I'm going to bike to the places I need to go, you got another thing coming right, Hemlock. Right, Emmy? There's a channel, not just bikes. It compares Canada and US with the Netherlands. Interesting, yeah. Nope, we don't have that level of bike infrastructure here. And again, I think part of it is just because of the size of us. The Netherlands, like, the size of Sweden is probably one of our US states. One. The US is like the entire size of Russia, I'm pretty sure. Maybe bigger. Like, we're huge. Here the ice is so bad. When it snows, a bike would be deadly. That is also a true statement, Pixie. I've tried to ride my bike in the snow, by the way, back when I was a young and dumb child. That was an experience. That was an experience. And it was just in my own yard, thankfully. But oh my goodness. To bike to work, snow, rain, thunder, you've had it all. Yeah, nope. Won't catch me doing that. And like where I can, I will walk. Because A, I'm trying to be healthier, and B, might as well. Silly to drive for 2 minutes if I can walk for 10, right? But it's not always feasible. And if I don't have to walk in the rain, I'm not going to. Because again, the area where I grew up and where we are right now, we don't have the most reliable of public transportation. Where I grew up, there was no public transportation. We were too small. The school bus was literally the only public transportation. So if you wanted to go anywhere, you either better know somebody with a car who's willing to ferry your ass around, because this was before Uber. Uber didn't exist when I was growing up. Or you better move to a city. It just is not physically possible where I grew up and where I want to move back to live without having a car. Suspenders! Hi, the cookies go well. How are you, friend? Oh, speaking of, timer. Dismiss. Ugh. Yeah, and the public transport versus personal vehicle thing is something I have to remind myself of too when I talk to just regular people and they're like, I don't have a license. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't have a license? And it's because they live in a very urban area and they don't need a license. People in cars plus ice does equal havoc, Hemi. 100%. Africa is bigger? You might be right, Orca. But Africa also isn't just one country. It's a series of like little countries. Because people are really dumb on ice and cars, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's true. Yep, offering other protection. Yeah, motorcycles are super dangerous, but I love those too. That's a 100-meter walk, including my apartment building. I don't know how long it takes you. How long does it take you to walk that, Orca? That's the question. Oh, we have driving lessons and rules for traffic. It's just that people are dumb. And ice is really dangerous. Yep. My one and only accident was in a freak flurry. So not even a snowstorm, just like a flurry where it had coated the road just enough. And the car ahead of me and myself and the car behind me were all doing the speed limit, 55 miles an hour. It was on a highway. We crossed a bridge. The car ahead of me, totally fine. I felt my tires let go. My car was not fine, and it started to slide because it was a highway. There was multiple lanes of traffic. I was in the far left lane, and it started to slide right into the other lanes of traffic, and myself and the driver in that lane like locked eyes. My only panic response, like I knew logically I needed to get off of the brake because locking the tires up so that they couldn't spin was causing it to be worse, and I couldn't get off of the brake. I just couldn't. I turned the wheel to go back towards the guardrail on my side, and I kissed that guardrail. Airbags did not go off. It was an old car. It was fully metal. Kissed the guardrail, spun myself 180 degrees, so I was facing the wrong way, but I was on the shoulder. The car behind me also spun. There was no accident. Nobody got hit. Nobody got injured. I managed to get the car facing the right direction. I called my parents because we had cell phones at this point. I told them what had happened. My dad asked me if the vehicle was drivable. I said yes, and I limped it to the next rest stop, where I would then tie the bumper up with the help of somebody else who was at the rest stop. I realized that I couldn't use my driver's side door because I had kissed the guardrail that hard, and I limped it home. As soon as I could get off the highway, I did. And my dad called while I was at the rest stop because he was still a first responder at this point, and he heard the call come in for another accident at that area, but now there was injuries. We were all obeying every rule of the road. It was just a freak patch of black ice, and it took out multiple people, and then one car did actually end up apparently hitting another vehicle, and people were injured, and my parents just wanted to make sure I had gotten out of that area safely, and I was like, yep, sure did. Limped my car home, and we totaled her out because she was old and had already begun nickel and diming us. So yeah, sometimes you just can't help it with ice. Africa is bigger, but because of the Mercator protection, Russia and USA look bigger. That makes sense. Most US drivers think the rules are suggestions. That's also true, Bubbly. There's a lot of them. Yep, ice can get you no matter what. Nebulae, she's not wrong. Yeah. Walk with crutches and have to take the elevator down. It's 10 minutes for me. Yeah, 10-minute walk is no problem. If I wanted to go to the grocery store, to give you an idea, it's a 10-minute drive. If I were to try to walk to the grocery store in one direction, I would be walking for probably close to an hour and a half, if not longer, in one direction. And then I still have to get all of my groceries, and then I have to carry them home. It's much more spread out here. And it's very hilly. There would be a few large hills in that walk. And I've walked a couple of them, and they're murderous. Most people near me are also drive drunk and think using turn signals are oh my god, the optional turn signals drive me crazy, and drunk drivers need to get all of the karma they deserve. I can see the supermarket from my balcony. We live next door. That is really lucky, Orca. It's 2 miles. Yeah. Yeah, but it's 2 miles uphill in multiple ways. The supermarket is too far to walk. And the roads aren't built for the walking. There's not a lot of good shoulder, and sidewalk doesn't really exist. So do not recommend walking to the supermarket where I live. I can, however, walk to the Ukrainian church that sells amazing pierogies and get those. Those are always delicious. And I can walk to this Italian bakery that makes really good everything. 10 minutes by foot from a local store and my work. That's really handy, Bubbly. That was one thing, like, if I could have anything, it would be to be able to walk to work. I would love that. But I don't want to live in that urban of an area. And it's really not that urban. It's a very, very small town by town standards. I don't like living near people that much. I want my space. I want my privacy. I want to be able to walk out my front door naked and not have to worry about anybody seeing me. That's my level of privacy that I want. With 10 DUIs and they get like $2,000 in fine, and that's it. That's crazy, Hemlock. Ride it back down the hill. Seamus. No. Bad. Naughty. Naughty Seamus. It's horrible. Then again, our country used to have horse and carriages at first, so small roads. Yeah. Small roads. Yep. Seamus. Yep. He remembered. He remembered. It's his new favorite thing. It's his new favorite toy. I need to go do some makeup. I'll be lurking. Absolutely. I appreciate the lurk, Pixie. Enjoy doing your makeup. Wisconsin treats drunk driving like a joke because lots of the people handing out the sentences also drive drunk. That sucks, Hemi. That sucks. Yeah, if you don't have people in charge that are willing to take it serious, then you're not going to have a positive outcome, really. And every state is a little bit different. We all have our quirks. We all have our quirks. New York's quirk is New York City. And I don't think anybody in the city can deny that fact. Like, that is an entirely different universe down there. And the people in the city, let me be fair, the people in the city would say that the quirk of New York is the upstaters. Okay? This is not a mutually exclusive thing. I recognize the fact that the downstaters would say that the upstaters are the quirky ones. We're like two different cultures in one state. Sounds like fun suspenders. You're so over the sore throat. Oh, bubbly. I believe it. Then I watched a Popo drive around the roundabout and exit the roundabout without a blinker. Like, hello. I've never used a blinker in a roundabout. I'll be honest with you. It also, like, when I did driver's ed, we didn't have roundabouts in the area, so that wasn't really anything that was covered. But I've never used a roundabout and a blinker. Or a blinker and a roundabout. A roundabout and a blinker? Talk about getting my words backwards. Chaos Goblin partner. Don't support him, Suspenders. He doesn't need it. He's enough on his own. We get taught to turn on the blinker to the right when exiting. Interesting. Yeah, nope. We just exit. We also, to be fair, the roundabouts in New York are really tiny. There's, like, you can see everything from everywhere in the roundabout. They are not properly built like some of the ones I witnessed in Massachusetts, and definitely not like they are in the UK. Some of them are so tiny that we have to tell trucks that they can't use them. Because, oops, we fucked up. Oh, I think that's partly why we don't use blinkers, because you can just see. Because, yeah, if I can't see, I'll use the blinker, because now it's like I'm making a turn. Everything is bigger in the USA except the roundabouts. Yep, basically. Basically, Orca. That's why I have a phobia for driving and being near cars. It took me 5 years. Understandable, Hemi. If that's the environment you're dealing with, that would make me nervous too. BMW drivers, apparently it's an extra option. No one uses them ever. Yeah. There's always that exception. I love the bumper sticker. Jesus would have used his turn signal. I think that is so funny. Okay, let's see if we can get the last two I don't know if I'm going to get the last two out of one. We'll find out. Most use their turn signals when exiting the roundabout, just not entering since there's only one way to go. Yeah, entering there is only one way to go. I've never once thought of using a turn signal in a roundabout. There's only one way to go. Right. Yeah. And when you're going to leave, you just leave. Left blinker if I go 3/4 and switch. Switching lanes, yes, would use blinker. But usually for our roundabouts, when you approach them here in New York, you end up with 2 lanes to approach in. And if you're going to use the first or second exit, you would be in the right-hand lane. And if you're going to use the second or third exit, so the second exit can pick whichever one they want, and it's 2-lane exiting, you would use the left-hand side. That way, you don't have to technically swap midway. Mom has often called them flickers instead of blinkers. Interesting, Nebulae. Even walking or biking near roads is dangerous. I believe it. I believe it, Hemi. I believe it. Okay, the greens are together. Huzzah, we only have one baggie left. I do have to make more bonbon dough. But we're making good progress. We are honestly making fantastic progress today. And I'm just gonna eat this. Like, this is the amount of dough I have left, okay? It's so small. So I'm just gonna eat it. Delicious. Let me rinse my hands off because they're very greasy. Greasy hands definitely make it hard to hold glass measuring instruments. And I really don't want to be dropping anything glass. I don't want to drop anything in general, but glass stuff, I especially don't want to drop. But you can see why the bonbons take a little while, because we are just under 2 hours in. And I mean, granted, we chatted for like the first 30-ish minutes, but it's taking a little while. Move this back over here for when we get to the bowl. Okay. Oh my goodness, I hear that. Hitbox, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Technica, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams, and I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch who bakes, creates, paints her nails, and sometimes plays games. And today is day 4 of the 12 days of Christmas cookies, and we're working on bonbons. How are you, Hitbox? Welcome in. Oh, you were also doing food and drink. What were we making? What was going on? What did we have today? Tell me all about it. Hopefully, bonbons, aka D's bums, bubbly. Christmas cookies, yeah. Was Hitbox also making Christmas cookies, or are you just excited because I'm making Christmas cookies? I have grease on my laptop too. There we go. Fix that. I am going to be spinning this camera real fast because I need to take stuff off of tray and put next tray in. And I'm going to do add cookies 25. Was failing at making Christmas cookies. Oh no. Also, welcome in, Pathy. Welcome in. Not the failing. I'm sure the attempt was fun though. I'm sure the attempt was fun. We're not going to forget to set the timer this time because we're smarter than that. Start timer. Perfect. Okay, now these ones can come off of the tray. These ones can come off of the tray. So red, orange, yellow. Woohoo! Stay. Get all of these goodies onto the cooling. I will look at chat in just a moment. I just got to keep the flow going. I super appreciate the raid, but if I lose my flow, I'll lose my train of thought, and then it's all bad. It's all bad. We're going to come back this way. Spinny spin. Unless they're on fire, there's no fail, right? Milk buns, duck with red cabbage and dumplings, and Christmas cookies. Ooh. So you made like a meal and dessert. That's fantastic. I will definitely have to take a peek after stream to go see that. Duck sounds great. You're getting hungry, right, Seamus? Right? And of course, Hitbox, if you have to raid and run, if you have to get post-stream self-care, if you need to go clean your kitchen, because I totally understand how that goes, please don't hesitate to do so. I appreciate the raid. I appreciate the raid big time. But I also don't want you to stay here if you can't. If you want to leave a lurk, if you want to hang out, I would love to have you. Just don't feel obligated. Yeah, I think I tried duck once. Okay, so, oh. Well, these got a little warm. This one needs to go back in the fridge. I should have paid closer attention to that. That's my bad. It'll be okay. It will be okay. I say as I need to scrape this packaging off on the side of the bowl. This is probably very much in the, we've gotten almost a little too warm territory, but it's not super liquid, so it should be fine. There we go. There's my wipe the grease off my fingers. You clean the entire house for half a Snickers bar? Right? Don't tease us. It's actually good as fuck. Nice. Right? It does sound amazing, doesn't it, Kissy? Someone can come clean your kitchen too if they want to, right? I feel that, Kissy. I feel that. My house is a mess because I've been sick on and off for a while. I wouldn't do that to anyone. Ugh. I really hope that you start to feel better soon, Kissy, and then you can just be healthy. Like, we need Kissy to be healthy. This is important. This is very important. Yep, get that in there. Grab my whisk attachment, which, yes, it looks dirty, but it did the same dough we're about to do again. I just realized I may not have put enough vanilla in the last one. Oh well, too late now. The danger of the not diagnosed ADHD. I'll tell you this right now, the dough still tasted good, and that's the important part. But that would explain why it was so crumbly. Okay, whack it off. You just need to stay away from people. You know, fair. You tell all of those people to just leave your bubble alone. If you're not diagnosed, you definitely don't have ADHD. Exactly, Kissy, exactly. The outside world is scary and full of germs. Next step. Oh, you know what would really help? The recipe book. We need 3/4 of a cup of sifted confectioner's sugar. Listen, it is just... It's a time here right now. It's a time. This is why we ate a gumdrop, because I needed power for my brain. My dopamine-fueled brain. That's half. Put the rest of the bag in here. Let's see if that gets us to 3/4. Garbage. Sure does. Nah, just guess. Right, suspenders? People told me I'm ADHD, and I always denied it because the time I went in for autism, they said, definitely no ADHD. I do have ADHD, just another type. Rip, right? 3/4. I forgot to turn the overhead cam off again. Life is hard. Streaming is hard. Shit happens and doo-doo occurs. I will not need more than this one though, so that can go over there. This was for the powdered sugar. We'll just clip that on there because I will need more powdered sugar. Nope, first vanilla. A full tablespoon. I should have used 2 in the last one, but womp womp. So good. Smells so good. Smells so good. I love it so much. Ugh. Mo better. So that I can get the lid back off of it again. And that's it. That's what goes in here. Okay. Give this a quick stick mix so I don't wear it. It's not fun to wear your ingredients, guys, just saying. You know what? Fuck it. It can stay in there. We'll just whip it off. Yeah. Yeah. And while it mixes, I can have water. Because that's also important. Perfect. Whack it off. That goes back over there, and then we need 1.5 cups of flour. My flour is over here. Ugh. I want you guys, you guys to know that this bag of flour is almost empty. It gets way down here. I won't forget this time. Huzzah! Oop. That should be 1.5, I think. It's a little more than 1.5. A little bit more. That's much better. Good enough. In it goes. Because again, if it's too crumbly, I will just add milk. You'll whack me off, suspenders? Ooh. Whack me harder, baby. Get the initial mix. There we go. Now it won't fly back in my face hole. Will I say that every time you say it? Absolutely. Excellent. I'm not saying I have Whack It Off merch suspenders, but I have Whack It Off merch. Gonna need that milk. Why are you so bouncy all of a sudden? Little at a time. And this is the speed that it's actually supposed to be at on this motor setting, not what it was at. Fun fact. Hi, Smeagol. No, it's not too sticky. For a second, I thought maybe I had overdone it with the milk, but no, we're good. We're good. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful level of moisture. Where's my sister? I've said milk so many times and she hates that word. I need her to be here so I can annoy her with that word. Do you have any idea how many times I'm going to say milk at Christmas? Is because it's going to be a lot. Now that I know that word bothers her, Yep. It's going to be a thing. It does say Stewart's on the carton. Timer. I need to pull a tray out. Uno momento. Ooh. We exclusively use Stewart's milk because A, it's very convenient to go and get when you need more, but B, we would get milk from the local grocery and it would be like, it would not expire for a week. And yet after we opened it, we'd get like 2 days and it would have soured and we were just sick of it because we don't drink milk or use milk that fast. That half gallon will last, well, when I'm not baking, that half gallon will last us like 3 weeks. We can't have it going bad on us that fast. Okay, beautiful. Pull this off. You dream of their ice cream? It's such good dairy, isn't it, Wazo? Once you've had Stewart's for your ice cream, there's like no going back. And I know people rave about like Ben and Jerry's and stuff, but Stewart's. You checked how much postage would be and it's insane. Oh, that sucks, suspenders. I had a small pack coming from the US and had to pay 14 euros extra for importing it. Just a notebook and stickers. Yeah, it's brutal. I buy 2-liter jugs for my partner. They're gone in 3 days-ish. Your partner really likes milk. Hi, it's your girl, Kat. I'm good. How are you? Bring this over here. And then I need, this tray. I can safely touch it. We just have the white ones to go, and then we're golden, actually. I'm a little too far. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I wish there were a way to tell Fourth Wall to please source from the manufacturer that is closest to the purchaser, but alas, Fourth Wall can only be so awesome. It can only be so awesome. I actually can do this. Yeah. We're getting there. We've done 100 of the 125. Will I eat more of this dough because I'm going to have extra? Yes, I will. Yes, I freaking will. The desk mat ships from US. The rest it doesn't say. So assuming EU or China. Nope. Cove Village, Illinois. Oh, yeah, that's the US. That's the US. Depends on the products. Like the stickers can ship from Toronto, but the magnets ship from the US, right? You got it, Opal. Also, hi, Opal. Welcome in. How are you? If you were here already, I have brain farted it. The days are starting to blend together. Greasy palms. You were lurking. Got it. Yeah, I don't call my lurkers. I don't even look. I'll be totally honest with you. I have no idea how many people are in stream at any given time, and that's the way I prefer it. I don't look at my lurkers. I don't look at my community list at all until after. Firebot will tell me who was there, so I can see at the end. But that's it. Like, I am a big proponent for your own mental health as a streamer. Don't look. Because it doesn't matter if you have a whole lot of people or just a few people. The minute you look at the number, it changes your entire vibe, even if you don't intend for it to. So like, when I did look at the numbers years ago, I would be really enthused when I had, and mind you, I was a very small streamer at this point, when I had like 5 people in chat. I was so excited that Twitch told me I had 5 people, and I would be like really excited, and I would just keep chattering like I always do. And then when I would see the number dip down to like 3, I would be like, oh my god, people left, I'm not being entertaining enough. And I would like try so hard, and it wasn't me, it wasn't authentically me, because I was trying to be what I thought the people wanted to see, forgetting that y'all come here because you like me for me. And like, my vibe would change. But vice versa, if I had few people and I was trying really hard to get people to like stick around and stay, and then I saw the number go up, I would relax, and I would not be having that same vibe. And the other thing you have to remember, aside from the fact that like it can hit your mental health hard and it can change your stream vibe by looking at the number, is the fact that Twitch has a 2-minute delay on when people come and go and what you see. 2 minutes. There's a humongous delay. So yeah, my number dropped to 3 people. That happened 2 minutes ago. There could already have been people coming back in to replace it, and vice versa. I suddenly noticed that there's like 5 people. Yeah, that was 2 minutes ago. If I wasn't already talking because my vibe was down because I didn't have that many people and I was just, you know, having a self-pity party, well, now I may have lost them already because I wasn't talking to keep them entertained. So yeah, turn that number off. I also have turned off how many followers I have in OBS, because that was another thing that killed my vibe, was noticing that somebody unfollowed during stream. And it happens all the damn time. All the time. People will unfollow for whatever reason, and it's a-okay. Like, never feel bad about somebody unfollowing. They may have shifted what games they want to play. You may have shifted what games you play, and it's not what they're looking for anymore. They may have deleted their account. There's also like a follower limit, and they may have gone over it, and yours is the one that Twitch decided was randomly going to get unfollowed. Or sometimes Twitch just friggin' unfollows people for no reason whatsoever, and you come back to the stream that you've been like active in, you have a VIP badge in or whatever, and you suddenly don't have a follow, and you're like, what the fuck, Twitch? So like, yeah. Yep, advice. Pretend there's 10,000 people 100% of the time. Exactly, Orca. Yep. Wonder how much of that was Twitch not counting viewers for whatever reason. You never know, Opal. You never know. Twitch does have a limit for how many streams you will count in. If I know how many people are watching me, I'll get anxious. That too. That too. You can get anxious. There's people chatting, and that's the most important bit. Yep, and sometimes chat is very quiet. Yeah, the numbers definitely aren't accurate. They're definitely not accurate. Welcome back from the ads. You always feel bad, right? Yeah, I had that. Person came in chatting, and then I got a DM. They couldn't chat anymore. I had followers only on, didn't know they had actively unfollowed me while chatting. Oh, yeah, that feels bad. That feels bad. And not for nothing, unless you're being hate rated or something, and you need it for an emergency measure, followers only mode kills growth. Like, somebody raids in because they think you're cool and they're following, but then all of their raiders can't like communicate without following first. I will guarantee you 99% of the time, every single one of those people will leave. You will retain pretty much none of them. followers only mode will hurt your growth, so only use it for emergencies. Sub only mode, I recommend that only if you're doing like a special subscriber only stream as a subscriber perk. And you have to advertise it that way, right? But otherwise, yeah, again, leave it off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Twitch has done that to you so many times, right, suspenders? Yeah, you go to a place where you were following and you're like, why the fuck am I not following in here anymore? You didn't know it existed as an option. Yeah. Yep. So for me personally, and this is like one of those extenuating circumstances, right? When I am not live, SiriBot automatically puts me into follower only mode, super slow mode, like massive security lockdown, so that I can't get follow botted or hate rated easily when I'm offline, because it does happen. Like, this shit does happen. It's really bad. So SiriBot locks things down for me. And that is a good thing, because for those who don't know, when a streamer is offline, you can still open their chat and type in it if they don't have it locked down. Fun fact. You have a button for that on your stream deck. I just need to remember to push it at the start and end of stream. It is a toggle. Yep. I let SiriBot do it for me, because Siri is awesome and Siri is great and we love Siri. Good bot, SiriBot. Best bot. SiriBot, best bot. Seriously, Twitch should just pay Siri at this point. Like, it's that good. And if you haven't signed up for SiriBot, I highly recommend it. You go to their channel, you type join, you give them mod access in your channel, and then you select options through their chat with commands. It's so wonderful. Glade got bot. Yeah, he did get bot rated a while back. And it happened when he went offline. Yep, it sure did. And that was when Glade realized, and Epic and all of us, that Glade had added SiriBot to his channel, but he had not set SiriBot up. So SiriBot can't start helping in the middle of a follow bot raid, we found out. You have to wait for it to finish and then tell SiriBot to check for bots in your follower list and clear them out. Yep, it went on for like 24 hours. It was ridiculous. And when you get follow botted, you can't raid out. You can't, because they may still be lurking and you may take them with you to the next target. Like, it's a real problem. And Twitch, I've learned this from Content Delta, aka Mathman, aka Barry. Twitch is doing what they can to keep up with this, because a lot of people are like, why can't Twitch do better? But he does cryptography, which is like a form of cybersecurity where you try to keep up with this sort of stuff. And he was explaining why it is so difficult to stay one step ahead, and why Twitch really can't talk about it, because they have to try to predict what the bots are, like the people that are creating the bots, are doing. And if they give away what they know, that will just let the bots stay one step ahead, because now they're like, oh, they've already know this secret, so we can toss this one and move on to the next. And so they figure out the secret, they get a batch of known bots together, and then they do a mass ban. And then they have to wait, like they'll continue to use it until the bot creators come up with something else, and then they have to play catch up again. Yeah, SiriBot will get it in all the channels. Yep. Streamer I modded for had a nasty bot come in every 30 seconds. One anon bit was dropped. Ooh, and the poor guy was also getting spammed in chat because of the thank you for the followers. Yeah, yup, he was. I found out my last stream was on a bot website, and I was like, I want to get rid of it. Yeah. Yep. I guess when it's on another website, you can't do anything about it when it's on another website, which is a shame. Yeah. View botting, which is gross. View botting is super gross. Definitely don't actively engage in that if you can help it. Because some people for a little while thought it was helpful to streamers. Like, they had no ill intentions. I want to make this clear. They had no ill intentions. There was a point in time where people thought it was very helpful to streamers to embed their stream into websites to try and boost traffic to help them out. And Twitch actually very much frowns upon that, and that is called view botting. And even though it might say that they go suddenly from like 15 people watching to 150, like Twitch, and that could make them like eligible for partner and whatnot if you do it long enough, right? Twitch will be able to tell when they apply for partner that those views were not from within Twitch, and then the streamer gets like in trouble. So even if it sounds like it's a good idea, it's not. Don't do that. Don't do that. But Twitch also, like, they can tell if it's happening maliciously or not. They will review your VODs to see if you've noticed, if you're encouraging it, so on and so forth. Because for a little while, a bunch of my friends were getting hit with view botting. And they would just actively say, guys, I know this is a problem. I don't know where it's coming from. If you're the one who's doing it, you know, please stop it. It's actually detrimental to me. And that was all they could do. But they also would never apply for partner under view botting conditions. Yeah, follow for follow scams. They're bad too. Taking notes here, yeah. I will happily tell you guys about this stuff. Anything I can share to help make your streaming journeys easier, I am happy to share. Like, we can talk shop while I bake cookies. That is a-okay. I said it last night, I'll say it again. I do not feel threatened by talking about this stuff and, you know, basically helping other streamers out while I'm live. So long as somebody's not coming in here and their very first message is about how they're a streamer, you're not self-promoing, in my opinion. Like, if you're a community member and we know you, it's a very different thing. It's a very, very different thing. But yeah, you gotta be mindful of these things. It's very important. And of course, if you really want streamer tips, you follow Content Delta. And you tune in when he is live. Man's a genius. Man's a genius. He really knows his shit. And a lot of what I've learned from him. I've also learned a whole bunch from trial, error, and mistakes, but you know. You have been here a while, Suspenders. You have. Yeah. Suspenders streams when she can. I know Orca is a streamer. In your opinion, if you're rating the channel. And that is fair. Every channel is a little bit different, right? Every channel is a little bit different. And I will never presume another channel's rules or comfort. Some people are not comfortable having other streamers talk about their streams in chat. And that is also perfectly legitimate and fine. It really is. It really is. I also cannot account for what other people's experiences have been around that. I know that there are absolutely people out there, because the world is full of unique individuals. There are people out there who do it maliciously to try and drag community members away from the community that they're currently in into their own. There are also people who just, like, they don't talk about it politely, and that's a problem. I happen to be comfortable enough with it. Not everybody is. And that is fair. That is totally fair and valid. You hit the lottery with me. How to become hot and successful like Sam. Miri. I wouldn't call myself super successful, but I've had a degree of success. I'm not going to discount what I've built here either. I talk to Seamus about it every night. Like I said, I don't watch the numbers while I'm streaming, but I absolutely look at what my average is after stream. I'm looking at if I stream at a weird time, like right now with the 12 days of Christmas cookies, I'm streaming at times and days that I don't normally stream. And I look at the numbers and then I ask myself, were my numbers like this because of the day I chose, the time I chose, the combo thereof, and or what I was streaming, right? Because I could be getting the numbers simply due to the fact that food and drink is very popular. I could be getting the numbers because there's not a lot in food and drink at that time and it's very popular. I could be getting the numbers because the people who already want to engage with me don't happen to have anybody else on that they're engaging with at that time, so this is the spot that they go to. Like, there are multiple factors, so I'm looking for trends. And you can see a lot of this very casually with the after stream summary that Twitch automatically generates, but the real gem to look at this is twitchtracker.com / I guess, your Twitch username. And you can see the trends there. It will populate data based on the different games you play and when you play them, and you know, how many followers were you gaining during this game, during that game. Like, it really helps you to look at your content and say, okay, this style of content happens to be very popular for me, this style of content doesn't, so on, so forth, etc. And sometimes it can help shape the direction you want to take stream. So like, I'm a variety streamer. I'll use myself as an example because that's logical. I have been doing what I call throwing mud at the wall for 4 years to figure out what is my niche with streaming, because ideally you want to have some sort of a commonality in order to be able to more readily build a community. The more variety you are, the harder it is to build a community, because you guys are here right now watching me bake, and there's going to be a chunk of people who that's all they want to see is me bake. They have no interest in me playing Phasmo. They have no interest in me playing Plate Up. They don't care about nail art. Similarly, people who come in for Phasmo may have absolutely no interest in my baking. So when you're really super variety, you're going to have all of these various amounts of people coming in, and follower count, not for nothing, like, it's exciting. We love celebrating milestones, but follower count doesn't mean anything once you hit affiliate. Once you hit affiliate, follower count is basically a moot point. It's just a badge and a fun thing to celebrate, because there are plenty of people that have like 20,000 followers and they still only average 100 people in stream, right? So it's really about what people want to see from you, and niching down helps keep consistent numbers. And if you're using, hi Nate, if you're using stream as any source of income where like you actually need to rely on it, then it's more important to pay attention to this, right? So for me, I've been throwing mud at the wall for a while, and I've been watching my numbers, and I see that baking is very popular. So I have been actually, you've noticed it, I've talked about it, I'm adding more and more baking content into my schedule, because that is something that I love and my community loves. Something I've noticed that they're not as enthused with for me are purely story-based games. So that could be any number of reasons. It could just be that that's not what my audience is interested in. It could be how I play the story-based games, because we all interact with games differently, right? So I'm not putting them in as much. At one point, I may have thought that story-based games would be something I'd play frequently, but nope, not really. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to experiment and figure out what works best for you, and look at what you're streaming and when, and you know, do you want to change things based on the data and stuff to have a more successful time of it? There's nothing wrong with that. Just try not to lose your authentic you. Rated for the plates, stayed for the baking. Haven't seen Phasmo. You haven't been here for Phasmo yet, Orca? I love that you rated for the plates and you stayed for the baking, though. I am doing well, Nate. I hope you are as well. This audience member loves it when you make Seamus scared in Phasmo. Dude, Valentine's Day is coming in a couple of months, and we're probably going to do couples Phasmo again. Last year we did it, and I had his cam on my stream so you could see his reaction in real time. It was great. It was great. Just not for me yet, yeah. It's probably because I play it much later in the evening, and that makes it harder for you to be here, Seamus. I missed so much. I hit the lottery. You're fucking right, you did. I haven't streamed in ages, but I've been thinking about starting back up soon. Do it, Opal, do it. I love it when you stream. I'm lurking often. I won the innuendo joke lottery with him. Yes, I did, Orca. Comfortable with these nuts? Oh my goodness, these bums today. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's still on cooldown, Seamus. What a shame. So I think it's 30 minutes on the penis for the use of it, but it's an hour per person so that one person can't just spam it constantly if other people would like to try to get in. Have the Australians dropped their children at school and are procrastinating at work? Yeah, exactly, Suspenders. There it is. And the European night owls are up and running. Yup. Yup. Yeah, see, Suspenders can use it. Suspenders can use it. So yeah, I did set it up as a 1 hour per person, but 30 minutes for stream. Okay, we've got the last tray ready. That's the penis command. That's Aeon. Add cookies 25. I'm gonna mark my little thing. We're gonna do a heckin' spinny spin. You're helping test. I appreciate it, Suspenders. Get the timer up and ready to go. And these are going into yon oven. Okay. Start the timer. Still a little warm, so I don't want to hold it with my bare hands. Red, orange, yellow, these are green. Because if you do it like the rainbow, you can remember it easier. Yeah, and like I said, if you think I'm knowledgeable about streaming, come to a Content Delta stream, seriously. Talk shop the whole time. He makes widgets for streamer.bot. He does channel reviews to take a look at your stream and offer advice on where you can improve. And it sounds very scary, I will admit, to have your channel reviewed live to a public audience, but he's so good about it. Like, he's so gentle with the reviews and stuff. It's really not bad. He gives you really good, constructive, honest feedback. So some of the things that he mentioned to me were talking more, because he saw one of my Plate Up streams and I just kind of did the whole, like, thank you for the shout out, Kissy. I did the whole super concentration mode and I wasn't talking as much. And he's like, you've got to chat more. You've got to tell us what's going through your head. He's like, you know, you got to keep going because that'll help engage people, and engaging your audience means retaining your audience. He made the suggestion, you may have noticed that I've got like purple lights in the background, of doing something so that I could be separated from the background to make it a little bit better in that regard. I feel like there were other things, but those were the two big ones that I took away and I've been working on. Oh, smiling more, because I get a very like concentration stoic face. He's like, smile when you chat, just smile when you're sitting, so you don't have resting concentration face. And he's not wrong. Like, he's really, oh, I forgot the salt in that one. Oh well, too late now. Salted butter. My brain is everywhere, you guys. So he's very helpful in that way, but he also, like, he'll tell you, he was like, good job on having a business email. Your layout is clean. It's not cluttered. Your face cam is good. You're looking in at your stream. That's important. You know, things like that. He gives you compliments. He tells you where you're doing really well. And then he'll also tell you where he sees that you can improve. Obviously, he's not the end all be all, but having somebody who's willing to sit there and go through your stream like that is so valuable. So valuable. Rose, thinking aloud. Yep, exactly. You gotta think aloud. I'm gonna eat more of this cookie dough, because it's so dang good. Like, I can't recommend it enough to just hang out in a Content Delta stream. And here's the other thing. When he's doing the stream reviews, You may not be the one up for review, but if you sit and you listen and you pay attention to what he's going through, you may be able to pick up on things that he's recommending to other people that you're like, oh, I should do that too. Singing to myself a lot because I zone out. Then I remember I'm streaming. Yeah. And you have, like, that's the thing. You got to remember you're streaming. That is part of it. I will need the tablespoon again. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If you have nothing else to say, just talk through what you're doing in game, what actions you're taking, how you are deciding what to do, what the response is. Exactly, Kissy. Exactly. Not that Kissy would know, because she's not a streamer. Just ask her. She'll tell you. She's a streamer. I do the same with the plate up stream of Kulu, listening to the advice to others playing a dish. Absolutely, Orca. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm very fortunate. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. I love my stream team. I love EBGG. I'm very fortunate to be a part of it because EBGG's motto is streamers helping streamers. And when I get stuck with stuff, I don't have to wait for a Content Delta stream. I literally have a treasure trove of over 100 other streamers that I can go into the EBGG Discord and be like, hey, I'm struggling with this thing. Anybody got a solution? And there's almost always somebody who has a solution. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's gorgeous. I love it. Seamus, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Thank you for the biddies. You're definitely not a stream kissy, but you are a streamer. Not that either. You're not flowing water. Do you just go with the flow? Oh my God. Oh my God. I gotta do a thing. But you know, that heart up there definitely means she's not a streamer. Okay, I'm just saying. Just saying. Yeah, you flipped that table on him, Suspenders. You flipped that table on him. This dough is so good. Mm-hmm. I will need the vanilla. I will need powdered sugar. Nothing scary happens when I click it right. Exactly. Nothing scary happens, Orca. She definitely won't tell you to unfollow. She definitely won't tell you that she doesn't know why everybody shows up. It's funny, I have the stream up on my Xbox and my phone for chat, and the highlighted chat from Seamus doesn't show on the Xbox chat. Oh, you're so lucky, Miri. Very scary stuff. Stop it. Unfollows are free there. There it is. I also shouldn't tell you that Kissy's very close to 1,100 followers. Definitely shouldn't let you guys know that. Just on Kissy's, yeah. But you don't have to unfollow Kissy because following is also free. Shush my face. I can't help it. You play Phasmo in VR? That's ballsy. I can't do VR because it makes me nauseous. All right. Where is the icing? Bonbon icing. 1 cup of confectioner sugar. It says sifted. We do not sift it. It's going to melt in the milk anyways. 1 cup of confectioner sugar, 2.5 tablespoons of milk, a teaspoon of vanilla, and food coloring. Perfect. Let me get my food coloring. See, I'm working on it. 20 minutes so far, but hours in other VR games. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Me and VR are not friends. Let's see. There's the green that I forgot I had last year. There's the red. And then there's the box with the other colors that I will eventually have to replace. I'm pretty sure I don't have a separate one. Like, is white in here? Gotta remember. Sure is. Perfect. Sure is. So I like Americolor food colorings. I like gel food coloring because you don't need as much of it to get a really rich color. And Americolor, it makes really good food coloring. So if you're in the States and you're looking for gel food coloring, this is what I recommend. I have no idea if or how anything is going to change with the current administration for health code stuff. But I will tell you right now, just looking at this, there's red 40 in here. And red 3, and yellow 6. And all sorts of other good stuff. Got a meeting, no problem, suspenders. Good luck with the meeting. Am I flinging? No. I would love a laugh, Riku. There's yellow. Yeah, there's yellow and red food paste. There's actually oftentimes red in other colors. It's to adjust the color of red. Like leaf green has yellow 5, blue 1, and that's it. I don't know about the others, but we're gonna need red, green, yellow, orange, and white. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my hands on more of these. Seamus, I think we're buying food coloring soon. Yeah, lemon yellow has red 40, red 3, yellow 5, yellow 6, blue 1, and blue 2 potentially in it. Jazz spends 2 years trying to get Doomslayed, then we get 2 demons in 4 games try to Doomslay us. Did Jazz get Doomslayed? We did get Doomslayed together, Seamus. I mean, green is yellow and blue, but red is red. Just look at the hex codes for the RGB. You would think. Yeah, when I get done streaming, I'll pick out what I need. You got Doomslayed a while back. Got you. Very good. There's somebody I know that's still trying to get Doomslayed and is struggling with it. By Tom Lavender. Good old Tom. We got 51 seconds. Okay. To do these all in separate containers or not to do these all in separate containers? Therein lies the question. I mean, it means less rinsing for me. I also need to make a note for Bon Bons about the batching. Okay, timer's there. Pulling them out of the oven. Yeah, because if a double batch will do almost 100 cookies for me, probably because the amount of cookies you get from this depends on the size of the filling. That's why amounts are estimates, because it depends on the size of the cookie, right? So for me, and how thick you make it, I can get almost 100 cookies out of a double batch. I definitely don't need a quadruple. Definitely don't. Yeah, the EU doesn't allow those chemicals. It was across from the dev team that Doomslayed. It was Jazz. Squashed beetles and plants, yeah. And I'm okay with that too. So long as my reds are reds and my blues are blues and it's not toxic, I am happy with however they make it. powdered sugar. Powdered sugar. Let's see. Now, this is going to look crazy full. It's going to look crazy full, and it will be fine. Let me give you overhead cam, hey? How about that? How about that? You can really see what I'm doing. So there's 1 cup of powdered sugar in my bowl. And then I need 2.5 tablespoons of milk. One. 2. You can just like watch the sugar melt into the milk, and roughly 1/2. Hi, Hera. What's going on, baby? Yeah. Yeah, you talking to me? What is it, sweet girl? Oh, you want uppies. You want uppies, huh? Come here. Come here. You want uppies? Do you? Yes, you do. Hi. This shoulder. Please, thank you. Should we have a cat on our chest? Probably not, but she wanted uppies. Yes. Come say hello. Come say hello, sweetie. It is a kitty. Kitchen uppies. Yeah, that's, I think, the first time anybody else has ever gone to see her do the uppies. Oh. Yeah. You're gonna turn your back on everybody? You're gonna try to be a shoulder cat? Oh, okay. Rub on my hair stick. Yes. Hi, Hera. Oh. Thank you for the ear kisses. And what the cat wants, the cat gets. Yeah, basically. Oh, what are we doing here? What are we doing, Hera? Yeah? Yeah, is this quite... Are you pleased with yourself? Yes, no. You know, this is relatively awkward for me. I am a cat tree now. You're not wrong, Orca. This is kind of awkward for me, sweetheart. Yes, it is. Hi. I know. I know. You're such a weirdo. You're such a weirdo. You know, you have an entire daddy who would love to give you uppies and give you attention, who's not baking. She has 0 fucks to give. I have to work like this now, right, Mary? Yeah. Mwah. Sweet baby. No, yes. Yes. I know. It's very difficult to be you, isn't it, Hera? You and your polydactyl toes. Yeah, you and your extra thumbs. What was that? You ready to get down? Because I would love it if you would get down, just not on the table. Thank you. I got cat fur on my face. Oh my goodness gracious. She's a love. She is an absolute love, but she chooses the most inopportune times. Pussy on cam for bingo. Jazz. You know what I can do? I can turn the oven off. I just realized that. And I'm gonna rewash my hands. Thank you, Hera.
Thank you, Hera, for your infusion of cat fur into our lives. But you did show everybody how you do very cute uppies.
Yes, you sure did. You sure did, little girl. I'm up to the vanilla stage. Hera, yeah, basically Orca. She does own the chair for now. She can have it for the moment. Cat offended you are immediately washing off her smell, but immediately will wash if you touch that. Yes. Yes, Miri. Yes. We need 1 teaspoon of vanilla. Is the teaspoon on the thing or is it... Nope, it is on the thing. Awesome. No, she's just going to clean herself on that chair now. She's quite content. So Hera, once she knows that there's a spot where she can be at advantage to watch people, that's where she wants to be. Especially myself. Huh, baby? She also enjoys such activities as chasing her tail, chasing her shadow, chasing absolutely fucking nothing, chasing the red dot, rolling around to lure you into the tum-tum, and attacking. She has many fine activities. I need a spoon.
Yes, Hera, I need a spoon.
She also expects me to pet her every time I walk by there. Their smell is good, our smell is just human, right, Orca? Tabby was so offended when I was crying earlier and a tear fell on her. She immediately had to leave and go have a bath. Oh, Tabby. Also, I'm sorry you felt like you had to cry earlier, Miri. I hope things are better now. Sometimes a good cry is helpful, sometimes a good cry is frustrating. Dust motes, yeah. Yeah, basically, Opal, chasing the dust. There's plenty of it. Swear I clean and then it's just immediately dust magnet central. I don't know where it comes from. So we'll be starting with the red. That should be enough. Can always add more, but you can't take it away. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice rich red. Mix until it's not streaky. That's like fire engine red. That's glorious. Beautiful. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use one of the lids for these as a spoon rest. Because that's washable and it's easier to deal with than cleaning the entire island. Yeah. Yeah. It does match my shirt color, Bubbly. You're not wrong. Now I can also do this. Delicious. We ended up throwing out half a bottle of NyQuil because I read the inactive ingredients, red 40 and blue 1. And water was like 5 or 6, which means there was more dye than water. That's insane, Opal. That's insane. All right, first I'm gonna spin this way. We're gonna get these off of the tray. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Then we're gonna go for a slide because I need to work at this table to do the dips. And I need to get the, whatchamacallit out. Words. Sprinkles. I need to get the sprinkles out. These get sprinkles. Okay. There we go. This can go in the sink. Because ideally what I want to do is break some of this stuff down so there's not as much in the way of you guys seeing what is happening. It's very easy to set this back up. It's not so easy to look past it, especially if the camera focuses on it while I'm working at the table. Okay, I'll spin you this way so that we can all walk together when I go there. Spouse and I both have odd HD and try to avoid food dyes as much as possible. That makes so much sense because yeah, I know there is research about how food dye and ADHD of any sort is bad, and I would assume the autism spectrum doesn't like it very much either. Okay, this is my only container left of this, so yeah. I will have to get more holiday sprinkles for next year too. This will get me through this year though. There's that. I need my container of red food coloring, sweet red food coloring. Yep, that can go over here. I'm gonna put my chair at the end of the table where I prefer to work. Going to line the table back up where it belongs because I bumped into it so many friggin' times. Water. Chapstick. A stream marker because we're gonna slide, and disconnecting from, even though the webcam shouldn't be affected. Well, no, I think we'll be okay actually. I should be able to slide. I think there's enough play in the cord. I'm gonna bring you guys this way. So that was the laptop cord making an appearance so that you can see what I'm doing. And I, woohoo, can pull the laptop. Okay, I think that might be yeah, that's as far as the arm extends. Hera is sneaky. Pretty sure my parents have the same footstool. I think it's at Costco or something on it. Anything is possible. No, who the fuck thought it was a good idea to put petroleum byproducts in food? Good question, Opal. Good question. But yeah, now you can see me. I can still read chat. Ugh. If I can get my ass into this chair properly. So this is where I color code everything. And if you're wondering, the reason why there is tin foil down is because this shit is gonna drip. So there's tin foil so that as it drips, I don't have to freaking worry about it. The lid is your friend by Hera. All right, time to color code. This is how I know what color I'm giving people. Just casually get that unstuck from my finger. Reading ingredients last week, found red 40 in beef. Yeah, I was blown away when I was looking at ingredients on pickles and there's yellow 5. And I was like, why? But it's because we expect this like fresh color, and so they just add food coloring. What you looking for, Seamus? Oh, more gumdrops. Looks yummy and festive. Hi, Jitteru. Thank you. These are definitely among the favorites. Except for my sister, who doesn't want any because she and Marshall don't eat them. Heretics. Hi, Hera. Are you just gonna sit and watch from there now? Nobody can see your pretty face where you are right now. Yeah, oh, you're talking to me. You cannot come up in my lap while I'm doing this, baby. She's gonna go eat food instead. She's gonna go eat her feelings. It's okay, me too, Hera. Me too. You're just here for a little lurk. Lurking is always appreciated, Jitteru. Enjoy your lurk. Words, that's how we know which one you're picking out. The chicken bouillon is colored with turmeric. Yeah, right? Turmeric is such a good colorant. My, the lemonade powder that I put just a tiny smidgen in my water to flavor it without having to use actual lemon juice, which I like. Actual lemon juice, I never can get it right, and then it's just bad. It is colored with turmeric as well, and I'm like, that's brilliant. That's perfect. Let's do that in general. Yeah, if things aren't brightly colored, people think it's bad. Even normal meat can have a bit of red food dye to make it look meatier. Yup. Because people don't expect meat to look brown or purple or these natural colors because we have gotten away from actually knowing our food. Like, we are very detached from the process of farming for the vegetables. We're detached from the process of raising animals for a meat source or hunting for animals for a meat source and then butchering. Just very, very detached from it. Modern convenience has its pros and it has its cons. Always has, always will. Eggnog is not supposed to be yellow. I don't know if I've ever had a yellow eggnog. To be honest. I need a nap, but it's so late in the day. It will mess me up. And last night I got a good 5 hours of straight sleep until 3 a.m. Oh, bubbly. Bubbly, that's the worst. Been there. Been there. And it's one of those things where you probably can't manage to do the ideal 20-minute nap. If you lay down, you're out for an hour. And that's where it really screws you up. Back while I make a coffee. Yeah, you getting to sit down for a bit? Yeah, I get to sit down for this part, says Benders. I sat for a lot of putting the bonbons together. It just hit a point where I needed to stand. And I'll sit again for a lot of putting the candy canes together. Does once it's exposed to light. Something about me. Scroll, thank you. I don't know why people expect it to be bright yellow. Yeah, dumb human. Oh, about the color of meat. Got it, yes. It would only be yellow if you made it without the egg whites, and that would taste vile. That would taste vile. Hi, Bean. Welcome in. I'll wake up and it'll be dark to the 30. Yeah. At that point, I'm just pushing through the 24-hour and sleep whenever. Yeah, I wish I could do a 24-hour. I can't. I'm not a 24-hour girly. Nap time is killer. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yup. It's rough. Yeah, I get to dip these and then they have to dry, and that's going to take a couple hours before I can put them in a bin so that they don't completely stick to each other. Oh, you have to be away for your job all day. Yeah. Being an adult is hard. 86 hours straight. Yeah, no, definitely do not recommend. Do not do that. That is so unhealthy. It's actually almost dangerous. Believe it or not, it is dangerous to not sleep. Not just because, like, you know, trying to operate things well, exhausted or what have you, but because your brain actively needs rest to kind of like rejuvenate itself, and your body needs rest to help repair itself. You are just so curious, huh, Hera? Yeah. You are so curious. She's right down next to this arm. If you sat by the Christmas tree, baby, everybody could see you. And they would be very happy. Had the best sleep after, though, just 10 hours. The bet was for till my birthday at the time. Oof, yeah, I would never take a bet like that. Personally. That's wild. You kind of listened. You are sort of at the Christmas tree. You guys can sort of see the top of her head. My brain has been doing this awake every 2. Oh God, bubbly. Mine does that sometimes too, and it is beyond frustrating. It is the worst, honestly. Like, please, for the love of everything, just let me sleep is usually what I say to my brain when it's doing that. Like, we don't have to be up right now, okay? We just don't. It's not required. Been there every 90 minutes, turns out, was sleep apnea. Oh, wow. Yeah, in my case, it's not sleep apnea, thank goodness. Oftentimes it's my bladder, but many times it's just brain noise. Where, like, maybe it's my bladder that initially wakes me up, but then it's my brain that's like, well, now that you're up, how about all of these things that we could be doing? And I'm like, really, motherfucker? We've been asleep for 2 hours. Brain noise. But I'm not diagnosed, so I don't have ADHD yet. My bladder and nighttime zoomies, yeah. Yep. Bladders are a bitch, let me just say. This overactive bladder thing is for the birds. Do not recommend. Not even a little bit. That is true. Then we get to peak suspenders. You're not wrong. At least when daylight savings time isn't fucking us over. Speaking of suspenders, have you gone in to see the concert yet for peak? At the shore? I wanted to go look at it last night, but I wasn't sure how long the damn thing lasts. And I was so tired that I was like, if this lasts more than 20 minutes, I ain't got it in me. You were away all weekend, so it's still happening. Like, it hasn't left yet because I believe it's going off of my time zone. It's about 10 minutes. Perfect, Bean. You had the information I needed. I will be going in then after this just to go watch the concert. I don't give a shit about actually hiking the mountain right now. I've got things to do, but I want to see the concert. Like, I love hiking the virtual mountain. Don't get me wrong. Peak is one of my favorite games, but I have a VOD to bookmark. I really ought to make some clips from the VODs I already have this month, so I'm not overwhelmed at the end since I'm streaming for 12 freaking days straight with the cookies. And not for nothing, I want to go hang out with my EBGG people again because I'm very much enjoying that in the evenings. They are hilarious and I'm getting to know them and it's wonderful. Hubby was helping his mom and you requested a Sprite with cherry lime, but he got me a Sprite and a Gatorade. You know what? Close enough. Close enough. You watched it last night with Kags. That's amazing, Bean. I love that for you guys. I love that for you guys. If you cannot make it on Suspenders, I will record it for you. Won't be the same as, you know, seeing it in person on your own PC. In your own game, but I will record it for you if necessary. It's a bonus drink. Oh, got you the Sprite. That's amazing. And when you're sick, Gatorade is really good. Gatorade or Pedialyte or anything else with a little bit of extra electrolytes. Because usually your body is just in need when it's ill. It's in need. We've almost got the red ones done. Huzzah! And then we can move on to the orange. Yay! I could probably get away with halvesies on these, but whatever. On the icing mixture is what I'm talking about. Because the icing mixture is actually made for a full batch, and 25 bonbons is not. Well, actually, according to the thing, it is technically a full batch. It's supposed to make about 2 dozen. Again, depending on how much of a filling and what you're filling them with, changes how many cookies you will get out of a recipe and how thick. In this instance. Okay, there's the red. So pretty. So lovely. Not only for sickness, but that wonderful time of the month. Yeah, that wonderful time of the month. Who came up with this design? Because they should be fired. Okay. I am going to, real quick, rinse this out. We'll do the rinse method. I won't make Seamus wash extra dishes. Okay. Rinse that. Rinse the spoon. That's also important. Turn off that. And then, because I'm a good streamer, an extra bowl or 3 isn't a problem. It would be an extra 5 or 4 or whatever. Turn this on. Extra dishes for extra gumdrops. Yeah, he has unlimited access to the gumdrop, let's be honest. Okay, I can't see chat while I do this part. But we're gonna make more stuff. What's up, Seamus?
I'm just trying to figure out where your camera is pointed so I can move around.
What do you need to do? What are you looking for? Ah, okay. The camera's pointed at my chair.
Huh?
The camera is pointed at my chair. Okay. 1 cup of powdered sugar. I need milk. Two and a half tables of milk. And then we need a teaspoon of vanilla. Getting low on this level of vanilla. Gonna have to open the new one soon. Oh dear. Done with the red. This is orange. No matter how careful I try to be, there will be powdered sugar all over this island by the time we're done with this. Sure will. Okay. You eventually, when you're working with food colors, you get a feel for how much you need of each one. I do these every year, so I just have a general idea. Mix until it's not streaky. And then have another bit of dough. Delicious. Lick all the things, right? Seamus will lick it up, no problem. He probably would. Lick these nuts. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Got some air bubbles in this time. Oh my god. Seamus. Smoke break for the family should be done. Back to decorating the tree. Have fun, Bean. Tree decorating is a good time. I always used to enjoy it, except for the years I was being an angsty teen. And then I pretended I didn't enjoy it, but the reality was I just couldn't focus on it. I had other things my brain wanted to focus on. Meeting canceled, let's go! You're free, suspenders, to not have to sit through something that would probably be boring AF. Yeah, it used to be for my sister that I specifically, like if I put an orange one in there, that one was definitely Marshall's because my sister cannot handle orange flavored things. She vomited up orange flavored medicine as a child and she can't do it. She can't do orange flavored things since. So I would specifically, like if I put an orange gumdrop in there, it was so Marshall definitely got at least one cookie. But now they tell me that they don't even eat the bonbons. Heathens. Heathens. But also, I appreciate it when people tell me that there are specific cookies that they don't want to eat. They don't like them. They're not their favorite. And that they don't have somebody to give them to. Because if that's the case, I will not put it in their box. Like, I will give that cookie to somebody else. Or Seamus. So my mom's side of the family told me last night, like they love the cookies and they appreciate it that I bring a tray for them. But they usually don't all get eaten. Like a chunk of them do end up tossed because there's a lot of desserts on the table when we go. So even though they divvy them up, it's just like they're like they like sweets, but they're not the sweets family kind of thing, right? So to please just put less on the tray, which totally fair. I can do that. I can totally do that. I will make adjustments as people ask. That one is actually needed. It's just going to be rescheduled, but you're free to caffeinate. That's good. Caffeine is good for your mom brain. My brother faked being sick because I was sick. So I got a cherry tasting medicine and so did he. He hates cherry anything. Karma. That is definitely karma. But you gotta take your medicine if you're sick. You do, you do. Yeah, and I think in the case of this, I think it was orange triaminic, which was a very standard children's medication here in the States. Why is that lifted? I don't understand. Well, hopefully nothing leaks under it. It should be overlapping though, now that I think about it. It'll be fine. One of my pieces of aluminum foil is like pumped and I wasn't sure why. Wasn't sure why. Yeah, I think this will be my biggest year in shipping for cookies. And then next year, I may have to dial it back. We'll see. Because my general rule of thumb is, so long as we're in contact, you know, for the most part, fairly regularly throughout the year, I will send you cookies. And I say this as a very general rule of thumb because obviously if I sent cookies to literally every person I spoke to fairly regularly throughout the year, it wouldn't work out very well. There would be just too many people. So this is among the people I count as actual friends whom I'm close enough to that they know where I live. Like, and we're on a regular communication basis type thing. And even then I have to make calls among it of how many of them can I actually send cookies to. If I sent cookies to literally every person I wanted to send cookies to, I would need double what I'm making. and a lot more money for shipping. Because I have so many people I would send cookies to. I really do. You will pay shipping to Australia? I don't know if cookies will make it to Australia. That's the thing. So I wouldn't want to test it, at least, Suspenders, with the Christmas cookies. Let's discuss shipping rates when I make snickerdoodles next. Like, if I'm going to try to ship you cookies, let it not be the ones that are super fancy, right? And see how that goes. If the snickerdoodles can make it, we can consider. But yeah, anything that goes outside of the country has to be, like, I'd have to ask for shipping assistance because it's expensive. It's very expensive. Suspenders knows. Because Suspenders sent me the golden syrup that I adore. And that will be going into the ginger snaps, actually. Fun fact, it calls for a light corn syrup, and I said, fuck that, golden syrup. That is what goes into my ginger snaps. And they're so good. And I'm saying that as somebody who really doesn't care for ginger snaps. They're very good. You sure do, yeah. And you send Tim Tams out to people too. Right? That's what they're called, Tim Tams? I did correct. Okay, cool. I got it right. I remembered. I can remember things, you guys. It's a miracle. My brain isn't totally shit the bed yet. Just mostly shit the bed. Just mostly. He's mostly dead. There's a difference. Yes, Dova has come back. Our favorite dragon is out of hibernation for the moment. Dragon tackle hugs. Oh, the glomps! That's right. Does that say 4.5 hours of being on here doing cookies? I think it does. Yep, these are a longer one. These are a longer one between the chatting and the steps that they require. Yeah, 422. That's what I thought I was reading. The bottom bar is at such a weird angle and such tiny text, it was hard to be sure. No. Oh, they look so pretty. I love the rainbow. Yes, of course, Dova. All the love to you. It's like a marriage, in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad. What is it, Hera? You're very talkative. Yeah? Did you murder your spring and you want to let me know about it? Because if you did, that's a good kitty. Yeah. It's a very good Hera. Yeah. What? Is that so? You know I can't pick you up right now, okay? If you need uppies, you have to go talk to your daddy. Yeah. The chair squeaked at center running. Life do be lifing right now. It's true. Life has a way of lifing like that. Yes, it does. Oh, it sounds like she just jumped into the tub. Have fun, Hera. I don't know what you're doing in the bathtub, but enjoy yourself. May the bathtub serve you well, girly girl. Yeah, and I know that this time of year is particularly hard for some people, too. That's just like trademark a thing, you know? And that's okay. Oh, you're back? Didn't scare you this time? Okay. See, everybody can see you when you stand under the Christmas tree like that, and then you're a gift to the viewers. Oh, but I talked to you, so you have to walk over here, huh? You're so funny. You cannot be in my lap right now, Hera. I love you and I appreciate you, but now is not the time. Orange is done. Get through your struggles and perhaps pain soon. Yeah. Daddy shame is ooh-woo, right? But Mom! Yeah. She's chattering away. I know. Can I pet you with my foot? Would that be acceptable? No? Okay. Coming to the other side doesn't get you up my lap. This is definitely not a matter of if you just switch which direction you're coming from, it works. Ugh. And there she goes, because I stood up. She's the most curious, skittish cat ever. All right. Done with the orange. Gonna rinse the bowl. And the spoon. Okay. Lots of rinsing. All of the things. All of the things. Ooh, these nuts. Oh my gosh. I was on your shoulder early, so why can't I be there? Meow! It's true, Orca. It's true. It's exactly what she's saying. She's like, how dare you filthy human not let me be exactly where I want to be. The audacity. I'm a cruel, cruel cat parent. Just ask her, she'll tell you. The fuck did you just do, cat? That was a weird sound. I have to add in to my recipe quantity count, not only for the Iwans, but the powdered sugar here for the icing. Because I don't think I have any of this counted in. Like a silly head. This is for yellow. Need the milk. And once I mix this, I am actually going to have to take a quick moment to use the bathroom. Because my bladder, speaking of bladder activity, is telling me that I have not peed in 4 hours. 4.5 hours, whatever it's been. Oop, there it goes. I was trying to avoid that. Milk. And I hope you guys have been making sure to get up and stretch your legs and move around and whatnot while I've been baking, because we don't take our typical ad breaks when I'm baking, since baking doesn't lend itself well to that. Yeah, I can probably get at least 1 more teaspoon out of this vanilla container. At least 1 more. Mixy, 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 mix. Making that icing sugar. Ice, ice, icing sugar. Yeah, I can't be asked to sift the powdered sugar for this. I just can't. Red, orange, yellow. Mellow yellow. There we go. That should do it. Go until it's streak free. Yeah. No streaking in my bowls. Just elsewhere. Just elsewhere. Spoon drip some. It's time for more excess cookie dough, because delicious. It's a lot of spilled milk. That's better. I'm going to set this down. Cookies. Hi, Narcane. C is for cookie. That's good enough for you. Daddy Seamus can come entertain us. Read us a Christmas book or something. Right? Right? Hi, Scooby. Also, hello, Narcane. How are you both? I keep expecting you to come around the front of the table instead of the bag. Yeah, nope, the back. All right. Keep watch for cats. I'll be right back. Gotta pee. lunch in there, Hera? You leave your mic behind so that you don't pee on stream. For the record. If I entertain you, I'll violate POS. Oh no, you're good in Arcane? Excellent, glad to hear it. Hera has to pooperize. She does. She immediately ran right after me. What? Yeah? She has so much to tell me, you guys. Different kind of stream, then it would be a much different kind of stream. Same better than most TV presenters. Remembers to take off the mic before going to the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah. De-mic before potty. It's very important. $7 p.m. Not bad. Not bad. I'm making decent time. This is why this one had to start early. And we couldn't start Bon Bons at 5 or 6 o'clock at night because I wanted an actual evening. As it may be. Chiba already has the... Yup. And you want to know how I know that, Nivex? Because I'm the one who clipped it. That was my first ever clip on Epic Stream. And it is, I think, among her most watched clips. Or mute it, yeah. Save her to remove it so there's no accidental dropping in the toilet. Absolutely. Chiba should just do an entire potty. He has. He played Poop Killer. I think there's 8 poop killers. Yes, that's an actual game. It is a horror game. For the record. For the record, in case you were curious, in case you didn't know, it exists. I'm sure we'll see Chiba too, potentially, when we raid Glay later, because it is Glay's birthday stream tonight. He started right around the same time I did, and he will be going for a 12-hour stream, so we got plenty of time to go hang out with Glay. His actual birthday is Tuesday, but he is celebrating tonight on stream, because in his exact words, he ain't doing shit on his birthday, and I don't blame him. If there's one day of the year to be lazy, it's definitely your birthday. Because it's your party, you can do what you want. You can do what you want. Oh, we got a lounging Hera now. You can see her just enough. She's tempting with the tum-tum a little bit, huh? And she's got quite a smug face, like, I'm just gonna lay right here and show you exactly what you're not petting, Mom. Huh, teeny girl? Yeah. You got a lot of catitude. Yes, you do. I was kicking myself, by the way, a little while ago, because I was like, oh, shoot, I forgot to take out the bin that these are gonna go in. I'm gonna have to go dig that out while I'm streaming. No, I'm not. No, I absolutely freaking am not, because these cookies have to dry. They won't be binned for hours. They have to just sit here. Looking delicious. Just sitting here looking absolutely scrum-diddly-umptious. Yeah, so we've got Glay's birthday today. And then... not this Tuesday, but I think a week... no, not this Monday. A week from this Monday, I think, is Vin's birthday stream. I think this coming Thursday is Flash Force's birthday stream. Got a lot of birthdays in December, you guys. At least on the Set the Tone stream team we do. I don't know about the EBGG stream team. I haven't seen the birthday notifier go off in a while in that Discord. So I'm assuming EBGG is a little quieter for birthdays in December. If I remember right, I think we had like a lot of summer birthdays. At that point, I was terrible about keeping up with the Discord. So it also could have just been my perception because I'd go in and I'd have missed like so many of them. I'm getting much better at that one, at that Discord, keeping up with it. It's definitely a case, like I will say this just for everybody's sake. You cannot keep up Discord-wise, and even to an extent Twitch-wise, with literally everybody all the time. Sometimes you have to make choices. Otherwise, if you're in a lot of communities like I am, you will literally get nothing else done in your day because you're too busy being in those communities. And you cannot know life Twitch and Twitch communities. You just can't. It's not feasible. It's not smart. So sometimes you have to make choices. And for a little while, the EBGG Discord felt very overwhelming because I didn't know anybody there. And I didn't know how I wanted to interact in the space yet. Did I want to be one of the people who just goes in and says good morning all the time and whatnot? You know, what kind of media did I want to share? So on and so forth. And did I want to remember to take the effort to put it in there? Because again, you start adding in more and more Discords where you want to share the things, and then you start forgetting where you haven't shared the things. And I also like to be fair to myself. My mental health was struggle busing for a good chunk of this year in concentration, not in like depression and anxiety, a little bit of the anxiety, but mainly in the concentration and focus department. So I had to be kind to what I could handle. But I've definitely, I'm getting things more under control. Having my medication adjusted so that my medication is correct has helped immensely. I've got a lot more focus since that, which is great. And it's not even necessarily focus so much as I don't have brain fog. I'm not constantly in a fatigued state, and that makes such a big difference. It is amazing how much of a difference it makes when you're not just always mentally tired all the time. So I'm able to partake in a few more community spaces, and I really appreciate that. So I picked up Content Delta, I picked up the EBGG place. I'm a little bit more proactive in some of the guild spaces and whatnot. Not super much. I really have a lot more work I could do with the Twitch Women's Guild, and especially a lot more with the Twitch Pride Guild. But I can slowly acclimate to one. And then once I'm acclimated and I've got a good system down, I can add another one in. And that's what I've kind of been doing now that I've got the brain spoons to do it.
Brain spoons are hard.
That's what she said. That's what she said. That ought to do it for that one. Sometimes it doesn't, I can't get it to all drip the way I want it to. It just has to be finicky. Super, super finicky. Choo, 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 choo. And dip. This is again the halfway mark. We're over halfway done with the bonbons on the icing part. We're getting there. This will also give me a much more accurate idea of how long do the bonbons take me. Which is about, honestly, it's about as long as I thought they did. 4 to 5 hours. Because remember, we had some nice chatter in there where I wasn't actually working on the bonbons. As it were. Us, a chatty bunch. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? Okay. Yellow's complete. We just have green and then the white. Time to dump this one. What is it, Hera? Okay. I just realized that I needed to check and see if my mic was still working because we are at that point where sometimes it dies. But no, the green light's still on. I'm still good. Next up, the spoon. Yeah, Hera? What is it, baby girl? What? What? No, we can't have uppies. It's not uppy time. No. Go see your daddy. Hera, go see your daddy. Look. Hera. Your daddy will happily give you uppies. No? She has turned her back on Seamus. He's right there. He's willing to give her uppies, and she's like, no, not you.
Bitch.
No chatting here. We never utter a peep. Definitely not inappropriate things. Yeah, definitely not, Seamus. Definitely not. She's following me around like a puppy. Okay. Time for the green. I need the milk. I need the milky milk, Hera. The milkiest of milky milk. The yellow ones look like deviled eggs a little bit. You're not wrong, Bubbly. They kind of do. There we go. This time it's not all over the counter. Ayo. and a half. And then the vanilla. The vanilla. This should be, yeah, because like, I don't know how well you guys can see, but there's not a lot left in here. With a top-down cam, it's kind of hard to show you. Oh, yeah, there was a teaspoon. That's it. That's what's left in there. So for the last bit of icing, I will have to open up a new vanilla. A brand new vanilla. It's very exciting. Very, very exciting. I go through so much vanilla. I need 4 ounces minimum just for the Christmas cookies. So much vanilla. There's a sprinkle stuck in here. That's funny. Is it a sprinkle? Or is it an air bubble? I think nope. Or is it a vanilla bean? Whatever it is, it's out of here. It's gotta be vanilla because there's more of it and I haven't like touched or put anything else in here. Okay, green. Green, 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 green. Oh, I forgot to use this so hardcore last year that I haven't even opened it. Oh, yeah. Fresh food color. Glorious, pristine, unmarked cap. That's gonna change. And how green does 4 drops make it? Oh, it makes it green. Oh, buddy, does it make it green. Streak free is best. Streak free is best. There we go. Yes. Green. Glorious green. All the drippies off. Spoon can rest in lid. More cookie dough. I really just love this cookie dough. I'm just saying. Like I said, it's basically frosting turned into cookie dough. You can't go wrong. I need Costco amounts of vanilla, basically. Basically. Someone say green, that's my kind of green. It's your kind of green, Bubbly, that's right. All the green. Ugh. Yeah, I don't have to worry about leaving a ton of extra space once I am, they've been dipped, because now I know what color they are. But I always end up really cramming the white ones on, which is why I got the extra thing out for the reds this time. Just to have the space to work without having to remove my line delineations and stuff. Good thing about the sickness is that the next stage is coughing up all The goodness telling me that I'm getting, you know what? That is always, like, as gross as it is to cough it all up, it is such a good sign and it's such a relief. Get that shit out of your lungs. Tell it, get out of here. You're not wanted. You're not wanted. Drippy, 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 drip, drippy, 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 drip. Reminds me, I need to record some walk-ons too for people that I've thought of. Because yeah, if you have a walk-on with me, like a voice walk-on, it's something that I personally have made for you. Because I have had an inspiration, or you say something so frequently that I'm like, yep, this is what you're known by now. This is your nomer now. Like there's something stuck in your... I hate that feeling. Like these nuts. Like these nuts, Bubbly. You and Opal are going to have to just fight over that one. Because you're both terrible. I am a mod. I win. Yeah. This there's that. There's that until you go over to like cases, and then Opal is the mod. It's the old switcheroo. It's a collaborative effort. This is also true. This is also true. Making friends through D's nuts jokes. One nut at a time. Okay, I thought I really smacked one, but I didn't. I cover for Bubbly when she's not here. It's a D's Nuts collective. Yeah. Yeah. D's Nuts, that's what she said. The ooh-woos, the AOs. Got him. All of it. All of it. It's all here. Hi, Smeagol. Did you wake up from your extended nap, little boy? Yeah. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, I gotta do laundry tonight too, and this apron's probably gonna be among it. Oh, yeah, I know, you want wets. You're gonna have to wait till after I'm done with the cookies, okay, baby? Yeah. You're gonna have to be a very good patient boy. Or if Opal is in a stream and I magically appears because she just said a D's Nuts joke. That's what calls Bubbly out of lurk. These nuts call Bubbly out of lurk. Got it. You've been slowly working on laundry today? Yeah. Sunday has always traditionally been the day that I do laundry. I just sometimes forget. And then all of a sudden it's like 10 o'clock at night and I'm like, oh shit, I need to put the laundry in. And then it'll suddenly be like 12:30 in the morning and I'm ready to go curl up in bed and I'm like, shit, I need to put the laundry in the dryer and hang up some of it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. You gotta love it. My laundry is washed and dried, but it needs to be folded. Folding laundry sucks. I was gonna run to the grocery store, but your energy level fell off a cliff. Yeah, I understand that feeling, Nivex. There have been times where, like, oh my god, this happens all the time. I get so ambitious after, like, I'm at work doing massages or whatever, or I've been at OT talking to people, or after pole dance class, and I'll be driving home and I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna get this, and this done. I've got all this energy, it's gonna be great. And then I get home and I'm immediately like, past me is a fool. I'm not getting any of that done. Where are my PJs? Because this bra is coming off. Yeah. Yep. Such is the life. Folding laundry looks at a basket of clothes, right? Oh my god, I hate living out of the laundry basket, but I also don't like folding the laundry half the time. So I do end up living out of laundry baskets a bit. In fact, we may be at a point where if I don't fold laundry, I don't know how I'm going to get more laundry in the baskets. Level of problematic, but you know, we'll cross that bridge in a few hours when I get to it. Oh. My back is starting to protest. But we're almost done. We're almost done. I've only got one more after the green, and then I can sit in a much more ergonomic chair. Or in an ergonomic fashion, I guess. These chairs really, they're quite comfortable, but what I'm doing is not quite comfortable. If that makes sense. Tamaiti! You did make it. You love bonbons. The bonbons are so good. Welcome in, Tamiti. How are you? We were supposed to work on putting clothes away today, but he's been dealing with his dad's stuff and a splitting headache, and you and your illness are collected. Yeah, that's fair, Bubbly. That's fair. Ooh, that felt good. Maybe that'll help. Spicy as always. Oh, it's been a very spicy chat, Tamiti. It's been a very, very spicy chat. As per usual. I would expect nothing less from you guys. You are chaos monsters, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. Okay. Sorry, I got lost in just like watching that drip. It was very magical to my eyeballs and my brain. You heard that cracking? Let's go, Bubbly. I was helping the fam from when you woke up just now, got back to your room. You also have Panda on the way. Ooh, what'd you get from Panda? What did you get? What's the food du jour? La, 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 la. We got a bit of everything, honestly. We all like different stuff. Nice. I'm gonna eat leftover meatloaf meatballs. Dude, Seamus bought the stuff, as far as I know, to make that. I think. Although I don't know if he got potatoes. I don't know if he got potatoes for the mashed taters. I didn't actually look. But the meatloaf meatballs on mashed potatoes looked so good, Bubbly. Right? Meatloaf sounds amazing right now, doesn't it, Tom E.T.? You weren't expecting this to go till 8 p.m. See, yeah. That's why the bonbons started at 2:30, because I knew it was going to take me a little while. Tomorrow might be a better day for it. Tomorrow I don't start till 5 p.m. And I mean, we could eat early when I get back from OT. But also, well, it'll still be fairly late. But tomorrow it's going to be starting in on the chilled doughs. So for sure tomorrow we are making the chocolate crinkle dough, and we are making the Christmas balls dough. Now the question for tomorrow that will be dictated by the dough itself is, does the Christmas balls dough firm up enough that I can bake it tomorrow night or not? If yes, awesome. If no, it will be done on Tuesday with the chocolate crinkle dough. Probably. No. It'll be done by itself. You know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll make it work. Could have baked the mashed potatoes a little longer, but it turned out good. It looks so good. One more cracking. Oh. Or just stretching. Either way. We have 25 to go. Just the white ones. Just the white ones. We're almost there. It's a home stretch. Goodbye, green. Set that down, get the spoon to rinse that off. Okay, that rinses everything. Now I just need to dry out the bowl real fast and grab the other vanilla, and then I will turn on overhead cam for you guys so that you can see me mix this. Oh, I need the other little bag of powdered sugar too, because that's not a cup that's left in there. Not a cup. I see you, Smeagol. You're being so good. You're being so good, buddy. Do 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 do. Overhead cam. Shmoo! Yeah, he's sitting over by his food mat, looking wistfully at me like, when's wet food dinner? He's being so good. But we've started getting him pretty well trained that he will get wet food. And it's not like he's not being fed. Like, they are free-fed dry food. He just prefers wet at this point in his life. So he knows he's going to get it. Sometimes he has to be patient because I'm in the middle of, you know, cookies. Damn cookies, yo. Garbage with that. I don't know why I didn't just chuck this in the garbage, but I didn't. My brain is struggling to brain. Clearly. Powdered sugar. Now we need milk. We need the milky milk. The milkiest milky milk. Yeah, he doesn't always just act like a brat. Hera is absolutely now the brat. Hera demanded uppies earlier, and she has been stalking my chair wanting lap time. And then Seamus offered her uppies, and she turned her nose up at it and looked right back at me like, no, no, Mom, you. You have to give me uppies. You have to give me your lap. Daddy's not good enough. Like she does. Whoop. 2.5. Milk can get put away for the final time tonight. Poor Seamus, right? Right? He just wants Hera love, and Hera's like, no. Well, I was expecting it to have a seal. Smells fine. Should be fine. This one will be white. First we mix. First we mix. Okay, those clumps are a little too big. We'll break them up. Oh, you're down there, Hera? Okay, she's on... There's a little table under the window off to the, that way. The left. And she is on the little shelf of the little table. It's also near the heater, which I'm sure she enjoys. Okay. You would think that we just wouldn't color it for white, but I actually have... Oh, that's black. I know I have white. Okay, so that doesn't have a dot on it. The white's got to be on the shelf still. Purple. Purple. I know I have a white. Where is it? White. I was going to say, I bought bright white. It will not be perfectly white, but it won't be like brown tint either from the vanilla. White is a very, very difficult color to fully achieve without flooding it with way too much food color, even with gel. Even with gel. Because it can only overwhelm it so much. That's much better. And that's our white. And Happy New Year. And then we have a piece of cookie dough. Snoop. Delicious. Ugh. Oop. Sit my ass back down in this chair. All right. White bonbons go. We've done the red, the orange, the yellow, and the green. All that's left is the white. There we go. Now you can hear me. Now you can hear me. You did see a Seamus, Jazz. You did. Can hear the music, but no me. Yeah. The mic finally gave up the ghost on the battery life. And it's funny because they're supposed to last for 15 hours, and I don't get 15 hours out of them.
Now you get like 6.
Yeah, and what I think maybe they meant to say is it's a total combined amount of 15 hours. So 5 hours on one mic, 5 hours on the other mic, and 5 hours on the transceiver or something. But yeah. Or maybe the transceiver will get 15 hours. The mics just don't. I don't know. So I have no idea how long I was muted for. Smeagol, he just gave you your wet.
Dinner.
What are you doing, bro?
I just fed you, turd.
Hera's gonna eat it if you don't. Yeah, get over there. Well, go on. Smeagol, you are a fool.
Oh, he is special.
She's gonna eat them on you, bud.
What are you doing, brother?
It got quiet. Yeah. Yeah. And it's one of those things where, like, it doesn't make a noise to tell me that it's dying or anything. It just suddenly goes. So I really appreciate it when you type in chat that we don't hear you anymore, because that's it. Like father, like kitty, son. Yeah. Well, Smeagol?
That was exactly the moment I took my headset off to beat the chat.
Yeah, but that's good. If you could hear me up until you took your headset off, then I didn't, like, I wasn't...
No, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it means I wasn't gone for that long. Frosted cookies! Hi, Rashmika loves cookies. Did I say that right? Welcome in, how are you? Yeah, these are iced cookies. They're bonbons. They've got gumdrops in the center, and the icing tells you what color the bonbon gumdrop is. They are a labor of love. I'm doing good. How about yourself? I hope you are doing well. Yeah, he kicked you out, huh, Hera? Because it's technically his dinner, even though he abandoned it. My cats are so special.
Chobani made creamer. I decided to try it.
Oh, very nice. Cookies are definitely a labor of love. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, smell it. Oh.
Yeah, that smells real good.
It's caramel macchio.
Nice. Does it actually have caffeine in it or
No,
no?
it's just creamer.
I'm gonna have to stick that in hot
Put this in
cocoa.
Cocoa. So good.
You're making coffee or cocoa?
Oh.
You need that evening caffeine boost there, Seamus.
Yeah, I'm gonna be writing tonight.
I'm working on the business stuff and thought you were talking to me. Understandable, Tommy E.T. Tommy E.T. says, hi, Seamus.
Hi, Tommy E.T. I love you.
You love coffee creamer and cocoa? I've never done it before, Lunar.
Oh, it's really good.
Is it? Yeah, I've put meringue in cocoa. I have put tea bags in cocoa to flavor the cocoa. I've never put coffee creamer in there.
A tea bag.
Oh, go back to your office, Seamus. I put liquor in cocoa too. Drag self in a chat. Ophelia! Marshy! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam, and I am a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams on Twitch, as well as a variety streamer who does everything from baking, creating nail art, and sometimes playing games. And today is day 4 of the 12 days of Christmas cookies, and we're working on bonbons. How was your stream? How did it go? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Danny T. Hi, Marshy. Nail art? Well, yeah, sometimes nail art. Thank you for getting that shout out for Marshy. Ooh, more light up the town. How did it go? The cookies are fantastic. More cozy gaming today. I love that for you. Cozy games are such a vibe. You guys, if you're not hanging out with Marshy, definitely check her out. She is fabulous. I think she's a little bit of a variety streamer like I am. I know we originally connected because of cooking, but now she's up in that cozy vibe. She's up in that cozy vibe. The cookies do look sweet. Literally, they are definitely a little on the sweeter side. These ones are definitely on the sweeter side. Oh my gosh, what Seamus just made smells so good. I love the smell of coffee even though I can't drink it. And then adding in the caramel macchiato. It smells heavenly in here. Between that and the cookies. Between that and the cookies. And of course, Marshy, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get post-stream self-care, if you have things you need to get done, definitely don't hesitate to do so. But if you'd like to lurk, if you'd like to hang around, if you'd like to chat, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to. My brain is a little fried, so I apologize if I seem distracted. Smeagol, would you get off of the cookie bin, for God's sake? You guys can kind of see him in there, too. Agree with the variety streamer. Lots of cozy vibes. Cozy vibes are immaculate. They are fantastic. Love a good cozy vibe. Love a good cozy chaos, too. And I assume there's at least a little bit of chaos in there. Just a little. I would have sweet cookies. Imagine having savory cookies. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be you. Not with that kind of a name. Definitely couldn't be you. Yeah, you go back to eating your dinner, you fool. My cat, ladies and gentlemen, is as distractible as I am. Chaos for sure, chat. Make sure of it. Exactly. Yeah, chat is the real harbingers of chaos, okay? Let's be honest. And I say this as somebody who does that when I am a chatter. Chaos for life. An edible cookie dough? All cookie dough is edible cookie dough. I like cookie dough. Yeah, Seamus had to use the bathroom. Not the penis. Yeah, you can eat all cookie dough. It may not be recommended, but I've been eating cookie dough all night tonight. So, it is edible. If it weren't, you wouldn't be able to bake it into cookies, right? The danger with raw cookie dough is the flour here in the States. So, if you're dealing with flour in the United States, it has a tendency to potentially carry salmonella, and so you can get food poisoning from it if it's not brought up to temperature to kill that particular issue. So when they make what they call safe cookie dough and stuff that you can eat raw safely, it's because they've cooked the flour, they've baked the flour ahead of time to cook off any potential salmonella. Raw eggs can give you salmonella, but the thing about eggs is the inside of eggs is completely sterile. It's totally sterile. The salmonella issue comes from the outside of the eggs, so if the outside has been sterilized already, then you're good to go. Yeah, they told us for years it was the eggs. Yup, you heat treat the flour and no eggs, yes. Yeah, nobody listens to not eating cookie dough. I've been eating it all night because it's delicious. Your wet is still there, Smeagol. Don't look at me like that. It's both, yeah. Yep. So the inside of the egg, fine, but the egg's gonna touch the outside of the shell when you crack it, which is where the problem with the salmonella can come in. It is delicious. Cookie dough is absolutely delicious. No doubt about that. You got this way from drinking from the hose. Not the hose, Seamus. Not the hose. All right. We've just finished putting the cookies together. The butter jam. Oh my God. The bonbons. Brain, please, brain. So we've got our red gumdrops, we've got our orange gumdrops, we've got our yellow gumdrops, we've got our green gumdrops, and we've got our white gumdrops. These just have to dry. Because I know like it's dry to the upper touch, but these areas where it's like a little thicker, it still needs like time to set up so that it doesn't squish and transfer. So now they just have to sit, which means I'm going to go become Desktop Sam and we'll have our last little chitty chat before we go say hi to Glay. And I know Marshy and community just got here, but I forgot to hit the cease raids. So you're going to ride a raid train. You're going to ride a raid train. So I'm going to turn off this mic and I'll meet you guys in the other room. Absolutely, Dova. There it is. It's Desktop Sam time. I am glad that you were able to join us, Dova. You love a good raid train, Marshy? That's fantastic. I am happy to provide the tasty cookie streams, Miri. What aspect of baking do I hate? The dishes. The dishes. No hesitation. The dishes. I don't like doing the dishes, which is why I have a fantastic fiance named Seamus who loves to eat the stuff and is happy to do the dishes for me. And I appreciate the hell out of that. Yeah. Yup. Because fuck dishes. Honestly. Dishes are doo-doo caca. I don't like them. And we don't have a dishwasher, so it's all hand washing. It's all hand washing. Yeah, absolutely, Dova. Absolutely. There's no pressure at all. When you're ready, you can talk to us. Dishes do be the worst, right? I hate wait times. Washing dishes is worth. Yeah, the wait times can be a struggle too, especially because first you have to wait for them to bake, and then you have to wait for them to cool, and you're like, for heaven's sakes, I just want to eat the damn cookie, you know? But it is what it is. It is what it is. There's not much we can do about it. Oh, I am fulfilled though. The bonbons are one of the stressful cookies, and now they're done. Now they're done, and that is a good thing. For something like cheesecake, you need to wait 8 hours. Yeah. Yup. Coming up tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday, it's refrigerated dough. So tomorrow we may or may not be able to bake one of the cookies. Hopefully we can. Hopefully we can get away with a flash refrigeration because it's a slice and bake. But I don't know. So tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, we're going to be working on the chocolate crinkles and the Christmas balls. We're going to put together the Christmas balls first. Put them immediately into the fridge, maybe the freezer, see if we can get them cold enough that we can slice and bake them right then and there. Usually, ideally, you want to wait at least 4 hours, but maybe we can get them chilled enough. And then while they're chilling, we're going to put together the chocolate crinkle dough, which has to refrigerate for at least 4 hours. It's going to be more like overnight. It's preferable because the chocolate crinkles are a nightmare. And then Tuesday, we're baking the chocolate crinkles for sure and putting together the pepparkakor dough, which is the Swedish ginger snaps. And then Wednesday, because the ginger snaps have to refrigerate too, we will bake all of the ginger snaps. It'll be great. Yep, so Christmas balls potentially we'll bake tomorrow, but bare minimum we're putting doughs together. If we can't bake the Christmas balls tomorrow, we will bake them with the chocolate crinkles on Tuesday. We'll see how the dough decides to behave. I can't control that. I do the best that I can. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Different types of cookies am I doing? 12. 12 different types. So 12 different cookies for the 12 days of Christmas cookies. We've done Awans, peanut butter blossoms, thumbprints, and bonbons so far. We have chocolate crinkles, Christmas balls, pepparkakor, which are the Swedish ginger snaps, 2 kinds of spritzes, butter dreams, candy canes, and sugar cookies to go. Yeah, 8. I had to look down at my fingers because my brain was counting it as 9, and I was like, that is not 9. Yeah, peanut butter cookies are so good. You'll pass on the ginger ones? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a huge ginger snap fan myself, but these ones aren't bad. But I'm not big on the super spicy cookies, but a lot of people really like them. So they are new to my collection this year, along with the Awans. It's what I do. This is what I do at Christmas time. I used to only do 10 types. The Awans and the ginger snaps are new. And it's always a lot of cookies. It's always a lot of cookies. That's why our count is up to a total of 364, not counting the Awans. You can't have cookies if they're not sweet. That's fair. That's fair. And ginger snaps aren't always sweet. They're not always sweet. That is very true. That is very, very true. So, tomorrow, more cookies, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, same channel. I will be back. But for now, I need to clean a kitchen. I need to take a break. I need to rest my voice. I need to let things charge. I need to do laundry. So I'm going to bring us over to a friend. I would love it if you'd stick around for the raid. And thank you guys so much for raiding, for subscribing, for gifting subs, for chatting, for lurking, for following. Like, however you chose to be here, however you chose to support, you did. And that means a lot to me. If you aren't already, get your booty in the Discord. Discord has all of my recipes. The Christmas cookies in particular have recipe cards that you can print out. They are set for a 4x6 size, which makes it easy. All you gotta do is take that bake with me roll. Support these nuts. Oh my god, Opal. One last D's nuts command coming in. If you want to check out my other stuff, there's my socials. They've got it all for you. I'll even do the command for you, Opal. Socials I've been a little lacking on, but they are there. They are there if you want to check them out. If you are subscribed, you are going to use the first raid message with the mandalas. If you're not subscribed, then the second one with the hearts is for you. We are going to see my friend, my teammate, my team lead for Set the Tone, Glay. Glay is currently celebrating his birthday on stream. He's doing a longer 12-hour stream. He's about halfway through it. So we're going to go wish him a good happy birthday and hang out with Glay. And I will see you guys tomorrow. You have a good night too, Opal. So get your raid messages copied. And make sure you take a moment after stream to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you. Because you matter, friends. Have a good night. Let's go. Bye!